As we are once again alive upon the internet. Let's make sure that we actually are, as everything's set to public with categories and titles and bit rates and the O's being in sync. Everything looks fine. Yeah, let's actually jump in. And as the title says, we're gonna go do some recording. I messed that up. That's in the background. I'm just making a folder already, making a thumbnail file already. Actually, I should have finished that one up, but let's actually load that up for a second and get that fixed up.
Agent, you have
As before I forget, actually, let's get a screenshot. I always forget and I have to load up the game afterwards. Let's let's do that now before I forget. And yeah, we're gonna go discuss the Shroud. I've already basically done the calculation sheet for it is basically just a MMR sheet being updated. So you should get this screenshot. Well, actually, let's just do cut out here real quick. We'll just get this into the thumbnail file. Just to have it already. No. And register. Yeah. Been using that always. Because the background's basically fully black, so I just remove background with a black. With a black thing. Actually, I should do the rest of this later. I'm not getting into this. I just wanted to have that cut out there for later. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's go record an intro. Then we'll do the numbers. Then I'll warm up a little, and then I should record. Let's go for. So actually for this. I had a few intro locations in mind. Everything, of course, as well. Whenever I actually try to remember them, I just forget right away after. So I had a few locations in mind. I feel we just go Brooklyn and just look across the city or something. Is there anything like sniper related? I don't think there really is, right? Not particularly. Now let's go use Brooklyn. Where's the that "Don't Tell Mom"
Invite to
poster?
another agent's group. Receive.
Guessing just because I'm standing out in the open. Yeah. No, thank you. I didn't mean anything by it. Yeah. Let's go for that. I feel. Let's go to Brooklyn. I need to know. And yeah, you're indeed the first there. Do you know what I die all the time with the Z-Load? Oh, sorry, what? Oh, why you die with Zealot. At the end of it, yeah, you lose all your health and armor. Like, that's the end of Zealot. It's just, that's the explosion. Do you get downs from it? Because yeah, I haven't had that much happen to me yet. I've seen other people talk about it, but I haven't seen it myself. It is nighttime. Let me just go for the roof that way, maybe. We go for the roof this way. Was that also had a look? I remember. I don't remember I looked at night, or I haven't looked at it at night. Let's go grab an intro first, and then go from there. I wonder. I mean, this guy's solo, but that was that. Yeah. Random hoarder. Actually, in the patch notes, so yeah, they put out patch notes for tomorrow. They didn't talk anything. They didn't say anything about hoarder. They didn't talk anything about an item or so either. I wonder if they will turn that on actually tomorrow. But yeah, at the end of Zealot, you basically, it eats up all your health and armor, basically. And unless you have enemies that you hit with that explosion at the end, for that you get some back. Zealot. You get some health and armor back, but if you don't hit anybody, you'll be left at 1 health. And for some people, it seems to sometimes down them as well. Not sure what the cause is. It might actually be FPS related. I'm starting to think that might be the case because I haven't had it ever. And then I've been asking as well for when people have it. I don't know if you, in your case, if it's like if you're on locked frame rate or something. Audio desync, yeah. Let's fix that. It seems to now basically do it every, but it's not doing it at the start. That's weird. That should have fixed it. Yeah, thanks for pointing it out. Yeah. I need to actually figure out when it exactly does it. It might have been when I was, or maybe it was when I opened up Photoshop, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, whenever you guys see that, point it out. I'll get it fixed. Oh, any other Destiny? Yeah. The other one is as well, if you have any, like, well, yeah, somebody pointed out they were running backfire with this, and that, yeah, that doesn't work out. If you have the bleed going from backfire and you're at 1 health and armor, you'll die. So yeah. That's fine. Not early when I Hey, thanks for pointing at that as well. That's it. Or Death's Evoker, I'm guessing. They didn't split on okay, so yeah, you might have that where it just takes you down. It shouldn't. It should take you to 1 health and 1 armor. Or well, no health or no armor and 1 health. But as the explosion at the end, but sometimes for some people it seems buggy. I need a feral, a marin. Yeah. Oh yeah, let's yeah, good thing we caught that before. Do I just use this as a, although, and then we'll just do this. And you go like, no, this isn't. In the daytime, it has a little bit of color here, so I was thinking this, but that's in the daytime. Let's add more. Yeah, let's maybe actually add for the. We'll take the police station, maybe precinct. I should actually. I keep forgetting actually to look up that one, but getting the. Oh, is that supply drop there? Oh yeah, it is in the precinct. Yeah, I want to clear that out, not particularly. Because otherwise, let's maybe go here and look this away. Not sure how that looks at night. Let's have a look. Because we've done this during the day, but we haven't done it during the night. This is look at night. Also, let's also do this. So that shreds on our back. Sample what it works, right? I feel. Don't hate that. Just the bridge. Know of any weak and damage with FAMAS while also combating the stability. I mean, powerful build is usually the way to go. The damage is mostly related to the build that you run on. Just running it on a striker will get you decent DPS out of it. Striker as well has a little bit of weapon handling on it. One of the things is if you feel that the FAMAS is way too much of a handful, one of the things you can do is much better than just, for instance, sticking a few accuracy and stability mods on it. You might be better off dropping to, for instance, an M4, which handles a little bit better, or a CTAR, which handles overall a little bit better, or is easier to control. It has less, upwards. So that's usually more the way to go. But for instance, Striker, I find Striker, like once you have the watch, once you have the 10 stability and accuracy from the watch, and then the 15 from Striker, that's usually for me more than enough to be pretty comfortable with a FAMAS. But it also, of course, depends on. I run the FAMAS a lot and I'm kind of used to it. But then on the stability end, for instance, going with a CTAR, it gives up a little bit of damage, but it's a little bit more stable. Something like an M4 or a P416 is much easier to control. An M4 is also a little bit of the same accuracy but less damage. A P416 is a little bit more damage, but it has less accuracy. So you have a few options there. And effects and heater deck and heater zimmy. Let's quickly just grab the intro and then go from there. Let's make sure this is working as we hit record once and see if a segment records. Let's make sure again that my audio didn't instantly go out of sync or something. Also, here I'll link to the recommended, but it's not just the recommended build list. I'll put the recommended build list also in the YouTube chat for people there. But I also have a recommended like weapons and talents list there. And that, for instance, has a few recommendations for weapons. Also, yeah, if you have a Lexington, or if the Lexington comes up again, because yeah, it's not always available. The Lexington is true. Usually, yeah, for instance, we just had towards the end of last season, we had an event that you could get one from. But for instance, Lexington is also handles a lot easier, for instance. But also, yeah, the recommended build list, if you don't have a striker yet, just making a striker as a simple, effective high damage build. If nothing else, then you'll know how it will, what one of the top damage dealers kind of feels like damage output wise, and then you can go from there. Yeah, let's go into this. So yeah, as an in-depth look. So hi, I'm IKEA. For today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into Shroud, and then we go from there. Yeah, let's kind of get going. What's my name again? Oh yeah. Kind of actually like the layout here, or the I didn't even mean to per se. I wasn't paying attention to that, but the composition, the second bridge is kind of squared into the first bridge. I actually really like how that's looking there. That looks actually appealing. Yeah, let's get going. Hi, that was a late start set in. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the we're talking about Striker earlier. I always want Striker. Into Striker, yeah, that gear set we have never looked into ever. Yeah, no, Shroud. Actually, this is good as well. This will put a smile on my face now. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Shroud. This new exotic MMR from Year 7 Season 2 is actually pretty interesting. Mechanically, it is actually pretty interesting, and we'll have to go over a lot of its mechanics and kind of show it in gameplay as well. That's why today's video as well will be much more about gameplay and kind of showing it in action and showing some of the archetypes that it explains. I'm not feeling that one. Intros are always the hardest. Once we get through the intro, once I have something to talk about, it's easy. Once I have like numbers in front of me. That hand behind me? Wait, where? Or is it? Wait. Oh, is it the other hand? Yeah. From the guy likely then, I'm guessing. Anyway, Bamic. Oh yeah, actually, you're completely right as well. We're not even in the right scene. I would have noticed that once but yeah, actually. Yeah, let's actually make sure all of these work. This is how prepared I am today, which is not at all apparently. So let's make sure also this works. Yeah, this lines up right. Yeah. Also, yeah, we need that tab for later. See, this is why we record live. Then people can help out and remind me of the basic things, like the very scene we're supposed to be on. Yeah. Let's take 17. And yeah, indeed, we'll get there. Usually the intro is the one that I mess up the most, and then the rest of it is usually pretty easy. Yeah, let's get going again. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Shroud. This new exotic MMR from Year 7 Season 2 is actually pretty interesting, as once we get it from the season track, it is a pretty big reward. It is very powerful in its talents. 125% amp is one of the biggest we've seen so far on any talent. But together with that, it has an interesting mechanic where we have to shoot certain enemies first, and it doesn't per se mark them, it just lists them. As for instance, with the Diamondback, of course, we have to shoot a marked enemy, but it marks it for us. This one, we kind of have to memorize a list, or maybe keep it on hand close by, and follow that order of operations, basically. That's also why in this video, we'll cover its numbers in depth, But we'll also go into some gameplay and actually show in action how it will feel to use this weapon, and also furthermore explain its mechanic. As for a lot of people, the mechanic isn't very clear. It wasn't for me either, but I got to already play with it in BTS and kind of understand it there. We'll start off with the numbers and how to get this weapon and what it exactly does, and then we'll take it into some gameplay. It will be all timestamped below, so you can jump around as you wish. Let's go get started. Might do one more take. Just I kind of put things in a weird order there, especially with the order of how we're going to cover things. Yeah, let's just one more, and otherwise we always have that one. So, yeah. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Shroud, this new exotic MMR for Year 7 Season 2. It's actually pretty interesting. It is one of the most powerful talents we have seen so far, with 125% on the amp. And that is actually by itself very interesting, and we'll look how that works for it in its numbers. But also mechanically, it is pretty interesting, as there is a list of operations basically that we need to follow. Well, not a list of enemy types. Okay, just one more. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to have an in-depth look into the Shroud, which is the exotic MMR for Year 7 Season 2. Once we get this weapon from the season track, it is a pretty interesting weapon. It is one of the biggest talents, damage-wise, that we've seen in a long time with 125% amp. Together with that, it is actually tied to a certain mechanic where we have to shoot enemies in a somewhat certain order. It has a listed list of enemies where we have to go through the archetypes from top to bottom to get the bonuses. It isn't very clear in exactly how it works once you read it for the first time, but that's also why we'll explain it in this video. First, we'll go over how to get it and what it is. Then we'll go over some of its numbers, and then we'll take it into some gameplay where I'll actually show in actual gameplay how it works out. So yeah, let's go get started. And yeah, that one I felt the best so far. Well, I'll keep that one. And hey there, Danny, and and thank you so much for the humongous raid there. As always, much appreciated. I was chilling out a little bit before I was starting here in the. Saw you guys being in going through the missions. I caught a little bit of some of the capital and then some of the other ones there a little bit. But yeah, hope you had a good stream and hope you had some fun. Over here, I'm recording as well for a video, so that's what we're doing here. So I'll go into and out of presenter mode basically. So, anyway, that was the intro. So we're just getting started. And yeah, we're gonna look at the Shroud, both in numbers and in gameplay. And I see cleaners in the background there. But yeah, welcome in and welcome in Raiders, and thank you very much. Let me actually catch up here because I kind of was in my own world. Yeah, I'm just gonna fast travel away. I shouldn't have taken damage there. Let's get out of here. This is a silly place. I need a dad. I need a V, and Tito, and Danny, and Sporchinky, and Cat Herder. I need a Sharky as well. And Air Jimmy. And Velotus, and Ventriloquist. I will always stumble over. I have a habit of, especially, some words just tripping over them in the same way always. Yeah, that was. I'm happy I didn't actually have chat up. I would have actually startled me. But yeah, welcome in. So thanks. Oh yeah, let's actually have chat up on screen for a second. And yeah, glad you had some fun. And welcome in and welcome to Raiders. And yeah, for those that may not know me, I'm IKEA, as said in that video. I quite often do spreadsheet stuff, and that's also kind of what we're gonna do here a little bit. For tomorrow's video on my YouTube end, as I do a bunch of YouTube stuffs as well is the Shroud, and I've updated some of the tables here to look at the Shroud and stuff. So yeah, we'll be going through this. I'm just gonna record basically that and some gameplay for it, and then we're gonna go play normally after. So yeah, stick around, and we'll try to make some fun happen. Did they arrive just exactly as I went in the Hey Amikia side of things? That's funny. Yeah, first we need to actually discuss what the Shroud is and where we get it and stuff. Does the Shroud and Overdogs are still group buffed? No, they're not. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, the very first day, or the first hours we had them, because yeah, if they were group wide, like I wouldn't have touched them even at all. But yeah, they're not. Luckily, that would have been way too big of a f up, I feel. The usual stream indeed. Yeah, let's actually. So first, yeah, actually, I'm gonna record this. So I also wait. So season pass, and then it is on 69, right? Yeah. Does it always, when I come into season, put me at the bottom, or can I prep this? No, it always puts me at the bottom. So yeah, 69. Yeah. Yeah, let's get started. Let me catch up here fully, and let's see if I missed anything else. Also, let's have some coffee. All the dances happening there, I see. And actually, I have to answer there as well. Yeah, I am indeed recording. This is quite often I do it actually live on stream. Some of the in-depth looks not so much, because sometimes I want to just have the ability to like record over and over. But the Shroud one is a little bit, it's a single item, so it's not. This video as well, I'm hoping won't be like way over. I don't think we'll hit 30 minutes likely, which is actually pretty short for me in comparison to like the 2-hour modifier one I just put out, for instance. So much. Yeah. Although, well, some of those lines I do kind of like put them in my head of just how I want to go, and I don't always hit them exactly the same. But yeah, I want to like have the year 7 season 2 kind of thing in there, because not so much for now, of course, everybody knows it's from now, but like for people, if they watch it in like a year, they'll know like, oh, okay, so it was then that it came out. So I don't want to hit some of those notes. At least I try to nowadays. Spreadsheets of yeah. Indeed. Where it's on the nicest number. Funny thing is, as always, yeah, it's 29 for the gear usually and 69 for the weapon, since they changed the season track basically. Well, actually, I think in the past it was also 69, right? It was basically just because like it's the level before 70. So on 70 they give you exotic cash or something. And then control 97 checkers reaching just to be safe. Yeah, actually in my case I'm still on 90, I think. Even maybe later on as well I'll take mine to 97 as well. Indeed, we said the funny number. Indeed. Yeah, it's gonna be complete. Like reaching floor 100 makes 0 sense as a thing. Like, going 99 to 100. There's also, so even there it will be completing floor 99, because there's no like trigger point per se going between those two. So then also likely the trigger point will be just going up the elevator, if that's if that will be the same. It's likely completion. You're doing yeah. Somebody in the way future. Have I played Battlefield 6? No. I might actually. Well, we'll see. But I'm also not someone that plays games when they're new per se. I usually give games like 6 months before I play them. I didn't play the beta. I wasn't too interested in it. Also, my EA account is like needs some attention. And actually, I didn't even get a response back after the last one. I need to actually go back to it. Where it's like a very old email that I really don't have access to. So trying to get that fixed up. But also, I've enjoyed a lot of Battlefield in the olden days, but I can't really be excited for. Especially as well, I'm way much more into third-person shooters nowadays than first-person. There you go. It'll come. It'll come in time. But yeah, I'm very happy for that. The one thing I'm actually definitely kind of happy for, because I've enjoyed 3 and 4 especially a lot in Battlefields, and they're kind of going back to that a little bit. It seems I haven't been following it much, but yeah. Yeah. Although they did fix it up a little bit. Oh, actually, that's a good point as well. Good thing you brought it up as one of the things I want to point out as well there. Although that's in. Although I should know, I could cram that in here. I should cram that in here. We'll go with the exotic sourcing guide. Actually, let me actually add this to the description file already. I'll forget later on. As our first, we'll discuss how to get it, then what it is. Yeah, let's just put that link there before I forget it. Do I have? Because didn't I have one? Oh yeah, here. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, let me catch up here one last time, and then we'll get going. I think it's mostly although now it's a little bit better, because that's for instance why the guide also I updated the guide to most things are, catharsis and stuff got fixed, and like blue screen and some of the others. But yeah, current season item, it still has a little bit of an issue where it's basically just the season track and then the stretch goals at the end. Back in 3 and 4. Yeah, same here. But yeah, nowadays I feel I'm for myself very much more leaning towards third-person shooters, and also then kind of like games like Division. I kind of like the theory crafting and the building and stuff like that, where I'm not in it just for the shooting, if that makes sense. Kind of games. Well, Arc Raiders has that issue then, where it's not per se about building and stuff. It's mostly extraction shooter. I'm not the biggest fans of those either. Same in Division, like I don't spend much time in DZ, which is it's extraction shooter part. But honestly, my background also comes much more from MMOs and kind of ARPGs and RPG kind of games, basically. So I always do like that side of things. Bad Company 2, yeah. I mean, yeah, I've played like, especially before, like, before 4. Like, yeah, I've played all of the Battlefields when they were current, even Battlefield 2. even a shitty port on Xbox at some point. I don't even remember what it was called, but But yeah, it was like Battlefield, because yeah, it was Battlefield 2 port kind of thing. But yeah, I don't even remember what that game was called. It was way before like Bad Company and stuff like that. So, yeah. Now, visually, at the very least, it already looked pretty close to 3 and 4. Much more in that style, and then also in kind of the speed of it and stuff. Yeah, I might try that. Maybe to do another. Although, well, they're not likely, right? Gonna do another open beta or something. Partially as well, system-wise, my system wouldn't pull it back when the beta was out. I just very recently updated my graphics card to be a little bit better, so. Yeah. I can always, love like the kind of build making and stuff like that, and just kind of having a little bit of input into it, and kind of having RPG elements, basically. I always do enjoy those. I don't mind a shooter in its time either, though, but I can't see myself really playing a shooter nowadays much. Subject is novel, so treated as a retaliation to 6 in the DUA. Some of the yeah. I mean, the directives are kind of, borked a little bit. And yeah, missions, if you had the directives on from last season, sometimes they can still stay on, especially Heartworn can carry over. Yeah. One thing for me as well, I generally don't play games like when they come out. Although nowadays I just play Division anyway. That's the kind of I've become a guy that plays one video game. In the past, I was always like, who would play just one video game? There's so many to play, in my 20s. Just buying the newest ones or pirating the newest ones. And yeah, we're past the statute of limitations on those. So yeah, I'm not. I'm safe. But even even for Division 2, I didn't play it much in the first 3 months of it. And I kind of worked out, actually, even with Division 1 or Division 2. I mean, Division 1 I didn't play right when it came out. Even Division 2, I took my time. Let's be on the carpet. I just want the dog's face peeking through. Oh, cutting trees now. Oh, it's a Kermit's. Yeah, screw it. We've used this dog recently, but not this dog, but also that sounds weird. But yeah, let's do that. Foreground object, background object, kind of deal. Did you? Yeah. Although back in the day, I used to, and then kind of buy a bunch, pirate a bunch. But nowadays, I just play Division. I've become really lazy, and even some other games that I've been very interested in, I still haven't taken the time. I was very much interested in Helldivers, very much in Warhammer, Space Marines 2. I was gonna say Warhammer 2, but Space Marines 2. Also, even Mountain Blade 2, Banner Lords. I actually bought that one and barely have played it. Been saving it to play it on stream maybe, and just haven't needed it. Also, let's actually go recording this. Just turning into just chatting. Oh yeah, that one as well. I've been meaning to try Baldur's Gate 3. I really enjoyed, for instance, I still haven't played Divinity 2 even, which I really wanted to play. a lot, quite a bit, because I played Divinity 1, but didn't play 2, and then they even had Baldur's Gate, which actually I've played. Like the original Baldur's Gate were definitely kind of formative games for me. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, and finding out that we are the son of the devil, or the daughter of the devil, or the spawn of the devil. Well, not literally. Well, actually, don't even remember. Was Baal right? Was he a devil or was he a demon? Because actually, those aren't. And I realize now in D&D that's two separate things, right? I think it was actually a demon then, right? Or demon spawn. Right. It's been so long. I wouldn't mind actually revisiting those at some point. But yeah, the thing is, I just end up playing Division and kind of being happy. So, demon. Yeah. Let me actually pull up this or say. Oh yeah, let me catch up here quickly and then actually start recording. I didn't tell you. Sounded different. Yeah, I mean, well, they're also like from Divinity 1, it was really obvious already that it's like the people making that game really know how to make games. I kind of had similar vibes from Division 1. Like I have felt from Division 1 of like, hey, these guys really know how to make a game. Not in all places, of course. There's enough jank in both Division 1 and 2 and stuff, but and also like aligning with what I want from video games. Same. A Far Cry and a Assassin's Creed are pretty far apart. The thing is though that, for instance, for Ubisoft, I'm kind of fine with them basically making the same formula, because the thing is, it's kind of like with like FIFA and stuff, which no longer is called FIFA, but I don't remember even what it's called. A lot of people complain about those kind of games of just like, oh, it's every year just the same, but the new king, or just, F1, for instance. And that's kind of the point with some of them. People that enjoy, because for me as well, I've played, for instance, some of the more recent Assassin's Creed and just the original Assassin's Creed quite a bit. All I need from some of those games is just, a new map, basically, and just new things to do in them with slightly new mechanics. It doesn't need to, turning Assassin's Creed into just a racing game or something wouldn't make it better. There's only, in the end as well, so much that you can do, kind of, Same for stories. If you watch enough stories, eventually all stories are basically the same, like 7 stories, but then, parts changed. There are heroes with 1,000 faces, right? I haven't actually played Space Marine 2 yet. I want to buy it. It was on sale. I was thinking of actually buying it and playing it in this 3 times XP, but I ended up just playing in this 3 times XP. When am I 1v1 you in the DZ? Actually, let's go find the guy in the afternoon. I think he was interested. 1v1ing in the DZ. Let's go have you two fight each other. As for those that missed it this afternoon, well, first a major asshole showed up and put me in a bad mood, and then a second asshole showed up and we gave them a verbal spanking, but then their comeback was the obvious of like, come 1v1 me in the DZ then. It's like, yeah. I hope for them they were 12 years old, because although we know they're not, right? Like, it was a fully grown adult saying childish things. Assassin's Creed. Yeah, new franchise there. Yeah. It was, some people. Rebuild with a shroud for someone who's not good at on a controller. The thing is, if you're not per se good with headshots, but you still want to kind of play a sniper kind of role. Honestly, the Shroud isn't the weapon for that. This weapon next door to it, or well, any marksman rifle, especially Determined. But yeah, this is also kind of the dichotomy of of there, especially on a controller. If you kind of, because with Determined, yeah, you can get, if you kill the first enemy with a headshot, any further enemies, as long as there are no helmets and such, and especially if you're fighting outcasts or cleaners, there aren't much helmets. Basically, you headshot once and then you can body shot, and that's kind of, yeah, that's one of the ways that you can get the playstyle of that. With Shroud, you do need to hit the headshots, and that's actually as well going to be one of the points here. Is just that even though this is like one of the strongest weapons in the game currently, at the end of the day, if I'm just wanting to get shit done quick, I might lean towards just grabbing a normal weapon with Determined and just running that. But build-wise, yeah, an obvious style is this, just 4-piece hotshot. You can also go 3-piece hotshot with, instead of this, with a Fox's Prayer, which does a little bit more damage, but you give up the... I like the 4-piece bonus of hotshot, where you have a little bit of healing and bonus armor, and you have it reloading the weapon for you and such. So I generally go with 4-piece hotshot, and then yeah, this is the Chain Killer plus Araldi. You can go Chain Killer plus Gift as well, and the top version is kind of 2-piece Habsburg, which is 2 super unicorns. I'll link to the recommended build list actually here. So there's a bunch of variants of it in there. They're under the header of Headhunters, Sniper or Marksman Rifle Headhunters, I think, underneath there. But in the recommended build list, there's basically this build is in there and several others. At the end of the day as well, any build that runs a marksman rifle can run the Shroud. Like, that doesn't need a dedicated build to it. What you could do is, for instance, have a few more blue cores because the Shroud is so powerful. That's going to be kind of the conclusion of this video as well. Like, yeah, you can run the Shroud and then run 3 blue cores or something. That's also why I'm on this character. You have I have the ability to turn 2 of these into blue cores, so we'll likely go for that later on as well and show that it still like completely decimates people. My best gear for sniper overall, yeah. One of the things you can do as well is actually, so yeah, even without taking the 4-piece. So one of the things as well, yeah, the Fox's Prayer instead. So one of the ways that people like to run it, you have a little bit more upfront damage if you go this way with Fox's Prayer, and then you break the 4-piece. But then now as well, you could have overdogs here, having this piece be overdogs. There's something to be said for that, because yeah, either the Shroud is going to be active or the overdogs is going to be active, so you don't need to like think about it too much. And then either way, you can kind of start on an elite. But I also kind of really do like the 4-piece. There are some, yeah, the bonuses once you have the full talent, like, because this reloads the magazine for you. This can heal you up a little bit and stuff like that. So I do like the 4-piece personally. Yeah, exactly. Although, yeah, if you go overdogs, go Fox's Prayer as well. Like, if you break the 4-piece, you might as well have that Fox's Prayer as well. 86. Oh, that haven't touched anything else. Yeah, I've had the same as well with Eve for a year or so. But that's long ago. No. Although, yeah, in my case, Division has been that for several years now. But also, Division is kind of the exact game like that I've always wanted. Was with basically an MMO, but then third-person shooter. Like, it was a match made in heaven for me. Yeah, let's go discuss Shroud. So yeah, what it is, where we get it from, and then how it works. Yeah. Yeah. Although actually now thinking about it, we should first go get where it is, because then we can go into what it is, and then we scroll down anyway and then discuss the talent. Yeah. So let's do it like that. Let me change that in my... Actually, yeah, because that will be quick. So what Shroud is and then how Shroud works. Yeah, so in that order. I mean, that makes... Yeah. Would be weird to go the other way. Talking about how it works and then what it is. Yeah, let's go. And the Shroud Exotic Marksman Rifle with the flavor text of the bigger they are. And that is kind of tied to its mechanics, definitely. First off, let's discuss where we get this weapon from, because currently there's only one way to get it, that is from the season track. It is not in targeted loot or such at all. Even after we get it from the season track, and unlike previous seasons, on the nicest of levels of 69, we get ourselves the Shroud once we get there. 2 level the fastest kind of through the season track, especially doing the scouts and doing the journey related tasks, really gives a lot of season XP. Together with that, once you run out of that, especially doing priority objectives and especially doing strongholds and missions, especially some of the faster ones. You know what? Let's start again. I'm stuck on a word, which is especially. I had like 7 especiallys there. I especially was fond of the word especially, so we especially a lot. Yeah. Yeah, let's go again. And the Shroud Exotic MMR with the flavor text here, the bigger they are, and it is very much tied to its talents, which is tied to the bigger they are. It is an exotic MMR. It is based on the M700, which has the M700 Carbon and Tactical, which both have the same base stats. It has the same base stats as those. We can get this, and let's start there, from the season track. Currently, it is only available through the season track, meaning that we can only get one. If we go into the season track, of which I'm at the end of it, at the nicest level of 69, we get the Shroud from it. Leveling this up is done fastest through going with doing the scouts, especially later on in the season. If you're watching this in the long future, doing a bunch of the scouts, they give a lot of XP. Doing the journey tasks and challenges and claiming the rewards from that as well gives you a lot of season XP, letting you get pretty high up here. If you need more than that, especially doing the priority objectives gives a decent amount, especially when we go with things like strongholds and missions. So priority missions or priority objectives, because they basically give an amount there, and then also you get some for the mission. But just playing the game, most things, almost all things, currently basically excluding retaliation, gives some season XP whenever you do it. Once we reach level 69, we can claim our reward. It will come, of course, just random with a random stat, third stat. We do get the blueprint right away with it, and then we can reconfigure it to try to get damage to targets out of cover. For this as well, I would generally still just go damage to targets out of cover, even for all of the MMRs. And once we have it reconfigured is when you want to optimize it, because if you can reconfigure it, even with, for instance, some expertise on it, it will keep that. But if you reconfigure it with any optimizations on it, that will be lost. And overall, this MMR is, it is based on the M700. It is basically the same as the M700 Carbon, especially also in kind of its recoil patterns and such. It has a pretty fast reload. It is kind of in the middle of the pack when it comes to its base damage, as we'll see in a little bit when we start comparing it to some of the other weapons. And then especially its talent is the big draw of it. In it is a 125% amp, but then tied to a certain mechanic here. First, let's look at its mods though, because here we do get 45 headshot damage to go alongside of the headshot damage that all MMRs have as a second stat. This being 45 means that it is actually equivalent to having the sharpshooter scope, which is also 45. The scope also has a zoom, as we'll see in the gameplay later on, and that's actually pretty handy. It also gets a little bit of a reload speed increase, which does make it a little bit faster to reload than, for instance, the M700, which is actually one of the slower reloaders when it comes to the bolt actions. It also gets 5% critical hit damage, which is basically useless. If this was, for instance, a large amount, we might lean into it, but overall as well, we just avoid this. Let's go and start discussing this spectacular talent. Yeah. I'll cut it there, of course, and then we'll go into the talent. I still went with a few especiallys. You might have noticed I leaned into one of them just to force myself out of it. I went like just so we couldn't follow it up with more especiallys. And I have that habit quite often. I might spoil myself for some people, but I have sometimes a habit where I get stuck on a word and I just keep just and it's stuff like that usually, especially or considering. It's just suddenly we're considering 17 things. Yeah. So let me check here. Okay, and yeah, let's go into this talent. And actually, yeah, I'm not gonna by itself talk about this. Let's just leave that out. Should have talked about stretch goals. It's fine. I haven't done too much recently, but I mean, I've enjoyed a lot of Civ, for instance. Although Civ is just strategy, but not per se grand. Although, well, it's grand strategy, but it's kind of on the lower end. At some point, I tried getting into Europa Universalis and stuff, but yeah, those games are very much like time hogs, and yeah. Couldn't back then. It's the level of this, yeah. Doesn't build, I'm sure. Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's discuss this talent. As the shroud is kind of shrouded in its confusing. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. As it kind of works, but I tried to go confusing and confounding in one word, which, yeah, that didn't work. Even though they start the same, but my tongue kind of started going into both. Let's try it again. And the shroud is especially shrouding its talent in a pretty confusing way, especially if we kind of look at it just by itself and read through it. So here, to the highest ranking enemies currently in combat as per the tier hierarchy. So there's the tiering here, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. And the way that it actually works in the end, if we play around with it, we understand that this tier 1 is the highest tier. Tier 2 is the tier in between, and tier 3 is the lowest tier. And then, of course, we have the overdogs as the counterpart to this, which starts at the lowest tier. So the overdog starts down there, but the shroud starts up here on tier 1. If any of these enemies are around, and these are their archetypes, so hunters, rogues, leaders, tanks, shields, heavy weapons, RPGs, medics, controllers, warhounds, or marauders, will have the bonus against them and only them. It isn't that, for instance, this is 125% and then this is like half and then this is none or something like that. No. If there is an enemy on the field in combat with us of this tier, we are bonused against them. If there are none, or we have killed all of the enemies in this tier, now tier 2 is available. So in a realistic way, if we have, let's say, an heavy weapons, an LMG guy, for instance, quite common with Outcast and True Sons, if there's a heavy weapons guy in a crowd that we meet out in the streets, not uncommon, there might be a heavy weapons guy, there might be an engineer, and then maybe some grenadiers and some assaults, which would be tier 3. We would need to take care of the heavy weapons first, as they are the tier 1. Once we have cleared tier 1, we can go to tier 2, where in there we have the engineer. We clear out the engineer. That would be the next bonus enemy here. And then once we have cleared basically both of those tier, then it is any other enemies or skill proxies. So you need to kind of learn this list, and it isn't too hard, especially considering that the enemies that we see a lot of, which are especially the, let's start. I already started with especially at the start, and there I'm going again. But also, I think I can do that better. I kind of got cut because also I forgot to actually list out tier 2. We should list out tier 2 and then this and then go into that spiel. I need to change my title to just especially assorted PvP. As or PvE, I feel. No, sorry. Yeah, exactly. I know, it's basically Shroud. At the end of the day, it's also just another MMR, just with, special things. Same like kind of the Mantis. It is just very powerful and a little bit too powerful as well. Kind of see there. we have that many viewers. Yeah, that was a pretty big raid that we got from Danny kindly. As yeah. And yeah, very much appreciated. Yeah, let's try that again. Let me junk this last one. Let me also very quickly check what the last sentence was here. I kind of lost spectacular talent. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, how do we load it? Yeah. As this talent is definitely shrouded in some confusion for a lot of people, as this amplifies weapon damage by 125% to the highest ranking enemies currently in combat, and as with us, as per tier hierarchy. And this tier hierarchy has kind of caught people off guard, and it is, especially when we're just looking at it in text form, not easy to understand, and understandably so. So the way that it works is that this tier 1 section is the highest tier, the tier 2 is the middle tier, and tier 3 is the lowest tier. And this also then applies to the overdogs, which has the same tier hierarchy. The overdog starts at the bottom and then works its way up, and the shroud starts at the top and works its way to the bottom. If we have any of the enemies in this list, so hunters, rogues, leaders, tanks, shield, heavy weapons, RPG, medics, controllers, warhounds, and marauders, those need to be eliminated first. We have the bonus against them and only them. So a tier will be active at each time if there are any enemies from there. So if we have any heavy weapons, LMG guys, or controllers, for instance, the RC ladies from, or the RC lawnmowers from the Outcast faction or such, or a Warhound or such, they will have the bonus. Once we eliminate everything from tier 1 that is in combat with us, then we have the bonus against tier 2. Once we eliminate everything that is in tier 2, which is supports, engineer, bodyguards, immobilizer, bomber, mini-tank, and drone operator, we can have the bonus against them. Once all of these enemy archetypes are defeated, then it is tier 3, which is any other enemy or skill proxy. Now, here with this tier 3, it is important to understand that here, we don't have any grenadiers in tier 1 and 2. We don't have grenadiers. We don't have assaults. We don't have rushers. And that is 3 of the most common enemy types. Also, we don't have snipers, which is also, I would say, the 4th one. So a lot of the enemy types, especially when we're doing things like control points, are going to be grenadiers and assaults. And they are tier 3. If we're going up against an outcast control point, for instance, you might have 1 or 2 controllers, which are, again, the RC lawnmower ladies. So we would need to eliminate them first. And then usually the rest of the pack is an assault and a bunch of grenadiers and maybe a sniper until we reach the named, and then the named can of course be from any of these tiers. But we basically need to work our way down. So we start with this tier. If there's nothing left in this tier, we go to this tier and then to the lowest tier in the end. What this in effect means is, yeah, we just have to kind of memorize this list. There is no visual indicator for any of this. This is just, you have to, over time, it is pretty easy to kind of remember that, for instance, things like medics, things like LMGs, things like RPGs and the controllers are tier 1, and then engineers, especially bombers and drone operators, are tier 2, together with the immobilizers, and then tier 3 afterwards. And it is a little bit easier for the overdogs, for instance, which can just start on, especially going for the grenadiers and the assaults and the rushers, because there'll be bonus against them. But yeah, here you have to actually remember this. One thing to remember also with this is that, for instance, if we're fighting rogues, what they will do is when the fighting starts, same for some of the hunters, for instance, not the countdown hunters, but the summit hunters do, they will put out skills. And the skill proxy, that is that. So actually against rogues, this isn't one of the best tools against them, because the second that they spawn, they'll usually throw out some skills. And once those skills are in the field, they are the bonus item. And they won't also have a head. So something like this that is a headshot build is going to actually struggle against them. So you need to kind of consider it in that way. Is this actually practical in some way? It definitely is for some fights. Same for the overdogs, which we'll look into in the future. But this one, working its way down, can definitely work, especially because we can have Headhunter, of course. One thing we really care about with MMRs is its starting damage and its cap. Because it has such a big bonus, if we're doing it right, we can actually start on an elite very easily with the Shroud. Now that is already the case as well for the Mantis and the Nemesis, but this one's is even a little bit more comfortable than those, and it has a really high cap, as we'll see in a moment, because it works in an interesting way with this amplified damage. Let's start going and looking at it compared to some of the other weapons. Kind of a little rambly, but it's fine. How noticeable was it that I was kind of leaning in some of those? I was trying not to do especiallys, but then like when I did them, I really leaned into them. But sometimes also, yeah, it is especially, it is especially an enemy type. So that's 5 minutes. So what is all of this together? 9 minutes. Yeah, with intro. Okay, so that's fine. Numbers. Also need this. Let's put that here. And then ums and ahs, yeah. Well, I don't mind too much as well. Amin and ayin. Oh, because I do have that. I do have. I have a lot of ums and ahs. Trying to be less with them, but that's right there. Yeah. And either Andy. Sort of. Yeah. I mean, I got usually in some videos as well, I have basically or something as just a word that kind of, it'll be basically, and then it's very easy to have one of those words is because it's the reason for it is also there. It's just, it's kind of like a filler word so I can think about the next sentence, but using it over and over again becomes makes it stand out. Although the thing is also for a lot of people, if you're just listening and you're not per se paying attention to it, it just goes by. I have that with some other people's videos as well, where they kind of have sometimes a word that they kind of got caught up on. Most of the time I don't notice it unless I'm like really like listening and analyzing. Because most people as well, they don't care. But here for myself, I'm kind of analyzing my word usage and stuff. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. At the end of the day, ums and ahs for me are just, I'm thinking. Like I'm okay with having that be a thing. It depends also, yeah, how you're or what you're speaking about. Like I feel yeah, in marketing or something like that, people are a little bit more opposed to it, but or like in corporate stuff. But I feel on the engineer end, I actually dislike it when people don't and because it just lets others know that you're kind of thinking about it, that you have at least understood the question, basically. But sometimes I despise people that just sit there and just kind of stare at you while they're kind of thinking of an answer and just like, wait, did you even actually hear me? Instead of they just go, oh yeah, let's do that. Like that. I'm a little bit more okay with it. But to each their own as well. Some people have pet peeves with that. I do know some people have like pet peeves with me in my videos. Sometimes I'm an I a lot, but I'm trying to do it less. But yeah, I did do it a lot, especially in intros and stuff. Trying to do it less. Also here in this speech, like normally in my normal speech, I would be talking kind of like this sometimes. But I've definitely gotten better at cutting those out, especially in streams. There, another especially. We should have an especially counter, especially in the corner, especially counting all the especiallys that we'll especially say specifically. Yeah, enough rambling. Back to recording. Yeah. And for those numbers, we'll come to here. I haven't made a separate spreadsheet for this. We'll be actually using the updated MMR hotshot DPS table that we have here. I'll link to the DPS tables and this one specifically, as they all have been updated actually. That's also to announce that, as I've gone through, added in soft spot. We've added in the Tempest as well to the pistol one. I'm gonna upgrade the pistol one, as does need an upgrade to the newer style of build, but for the time being, yeah, we can kind of look at soft spot and some of the other things that got added in with this season. Actually, what else did we do? No, it's just soft spot, right? Why is my brain going? There was another thing. I mean, yeah, Tempest, but also, yeah, I shouldn't call this a DPS table. This is a head hunting table. Oh yeah, let's try that again. Oh, no, a special reason indeed. So especially indeed. Yeah, let's go again. Actually, it's a good thing we're. Yeah, let's zoom it in even more so it's more easily readable. Yeah. And for those calculations, I don't have a separate spreadsheet for this one, but we'll be using the DPS tables, and in this case, the headhunting tables for MMRs on Hotshot. As this is also the announcement that all of these have been updated, although mostly I've added in soft spot, fixed up a few things, errors in them here and there. I've also added in Tempest into the pistol one, although the pistol one in the future will get a little bit of a rework, as the build that is used in there is actually the old Headhunter or the old high-end tech tank. For pistols, we have a newer version we've had for a while. I'll update that. But especially here, we'll be concerning ourselves with the MMR one. And the MMR one I have updated here. We've added in Shroud, as we'll zoom in a little bit here, as we have added in Shroud both in active and inactive forms here. And I have updated both versions of it, one with the Chainkiller plus Araldi that we have here, which is quite similar to the Chainkiller plus Gift if you're running that with 4-piece hotshot. The other one, and that'll be at the bottom tabs here, as the tabs are at the bottom on MMRs, is the Habsburg one, which has also been updated. One small update that I've done here as well is we've added in a third shot counter and cleaned it up a little bit. One thing we'll see when we go into the Shroud here is one thing we'll have to discuss right away as well. When it is active, on the very first shot, it is of course a very big amp. It is kind of catching up to the Nemesis. And it is very close to the Nemesis Here, though, we are looking at it with Hotshot with the 20% amp of Hotshot active. So this would be, in effect, the 4th shot onward. And if that was our first shot, now, of course, we can keep that amp going indefinitely. It doesn't time out. So if we see a patrol, eliminate them, and then go, for instance, for a control point, we can have that buff up. So this is actually a reasonable thing to discuss. Although we also have the other version where we start from a standstill, basically before the hotshot buff comes in, and then on the second shot, it's bonus. But here we'll look at this one first. As here, when we're sorting them by that very first shot, we can see that the Shroud is way high up there. Much higher than, for instance, the Mantis, much higher than, for instance, the TAC 50 even. And that's because that amp, if we have it active, and this is the big discussion here to be had, of course, is how much uptime can we have on that, and can we do special things with it here? And I would say definitely yes, because as we discussed, going, for instance, for control points where we're going after Outcast, yeah, we might have one of those controllers to go for. We would need to eliminate the controller first because they're in tier 1. But that controller can be even an elite. Down here, we have kind of guideline-wise how much health and armor combined each of the enemies will have of a veterancy. This, though, is for the assaults, and then things like rushers and snipers have less. Things like LMG enemies have more. But generally, for solo scaling on Heroic, we would need a little bit under 10 million, around 9.9 million, to start on Elite. Yeah, we have almost double that. This makes it actually pretty useful for starting out. And then once we have a second shot in, it even surpasses the Nemesis on the second shot. And this is one of the things we need to discuss here. And this might also have been changed in the future. So check the comments down below if I've added in a pinned comment where we discuss if this has been changed, because they were discussing of altering this, which is that it double dips on the second shot, this amp. So normally the amp would only apply to the current shot. The current shot here with having Chain Killer, basically, we get the current shot going, then the current shot that was stored times 1.5. Those two add together, and that is the combined shot of a Headhunter. So that we have our current shot part of it, and then we have the stored amount. In the stored amount, where normally it is just times 1.5 for a Chain Killer and times 1.25 for a normal Headhunter, in there, this 125% amp, which is a 2.25 multiplier, also is there for some reason. And this one was actually in the dev notes. They were discussing that they are aware of this. They haven't fixed it, obviously, because yeah, we have checked these numbers. It does reach the exact same numbers in the game. And that means that on its second shot, it is already actually capping out. Its cap shot is already on that second shot. No other weapon does that in that way. That's also why we have to, in this calculator, actually have a special implementation for the Shroud, because otherwise it will break. And it is actually doing these numbers. Now, from the second shot onwards, it's basically on cap, so it is not raising higher. Whereas, for instance, for the Nemesis, it needs to actually do a third shot to reach that same 64 million. And this can be actually a thing that we can use very effectively in cheesy scenarios where we're one-shotting, let's say, someone like Gray or the DUA boss or the DUA legendary boss or other enemies like that. And this shouldn't be intended this way. If it worked in a normal way, it would actually be capping out pretty close to where the Model 700 here is and the Shroud inactive, basically. Because normally, weapon talents, for instance, we see this in the Mantis, they actually don't go into the Headhunter second shot / third shot, if there is one. And they don't go into the cap, because here as well, the cap is actually influenced by the same amount, where in it, in the same way that, for instance, the Hunter's Fury close range buff also goes into the Headhunter stack. That's why it is much higher of a number than, for instance, the high-end variants of pistol Headhunters. That's why we do use Hunter's Fury. Here we see that same. This is a weapon that even because of its base damage should cap out with if the talent wasn't activating also and going into the Headhunter stack, where, for instance, the Mantis one doesn't, which is very similar, then it would cap out around 30-ish million. That would be much more okay, because then this weapon would be an alpha strike one where we could have a really hard-hitting, pretty easy shot to get out. And then the Nemesis could be a much higher cap than it. And that way I feel it would be balanced. The way that it currently is, the Shroud is very overpowered because we can get Nemesis numbers out of this. This does make a difference. In solo play, this doesn't matter. Basically, once we reach anything over 30 million, unless we're doing solo legendaries or such, it really doesn't make a difference because most enemies, anything over, they don't reach over 30 solo. Even an LMG named is usually in the 25 to 27-ish mark. Most names generally are a little bit below the 20 million mark even. We don't need that much more than that, but in a group setting, this can make all the difference, because if we can get that first stack going, and in the second one as well, we have a really high cap, close to the Nemesis, without having to charge up that shot. This is a little bit broken, and I do hope they fix this in the future. If they do, we will change the numbers here. So if you want to check if that has been changed, then go and go to the linked spreadsheet here. If the numbers have been changed, yeah, then the mechanic has been changed. But for the time being, we'll go with the weapon that we have, not the weapon that we want. And overall, if we have it active, yeah, we can reach really high numbers. Looking at it from an inactive way, it is just acting in the exact same numbers, because we also have the same amount of headshots as we talked about. We have a scope from the sharpshooter, which would be 45 headshot. This has 45 headshot from 2 mods. So basically it's landing at the exact same numbers as an M700 carbon / tactical. From those, you would generally just take the carbon. The tactical is not per se worth using. But yeah, it is the exact equivalent numbers of those, except also it has a little bit faster reload. But of course, what we want to look at is these high numbers here. If we actually look at it as well from a standstill, so there we had the hotshot buff already going, that 20%. Even without that, we can start as a 15.9 million, close to 16 million. This is with grade 30. Even without grade 30, this hits into the high 14s. And yeah, this is actually more than enough to even start on an elite LMG enemy. And yeah, these numbers are pretty juicy, especially when we look at, for instance, the Mantis, which couldn't reach those numbers. Now, of course, the Mantis, generally on its first shot, you will have the bonus. Nobody's looking at you yet. But here, if we choose the right enemy, we get this really high number. And then as well, if we do keep it going, then yeah, it reaches a really high cap. This is the standout thing of it, but one that I don't feel is intended in this way. I feel this alpha should be, the alpha strike of it should be its trait, and then it would have a home as well. It would still be a weapon well worth using. But now it is completely displacing, in my opinion, the Nemesis. And I don't feel that that should be the case. So yeah, I hope they change this in the future, but for the time being, yeah, it's the weapon that we have. Especially as well, if we sort by cap here, yeah, it is one of the highest caps, and that does make all the difference. If they made it so that this amp did not interact with Headhunter, the way that most other amps don't, then yeah, it would be, in, to me, a much more balanced place, because this cap, this would still be a very high shot on the first one, and then its cap would be much closer to it would be into the 30 millions, because we would have effectively, instead of this 7 million shot, this would be a 15 million shot, so we gain another 8 million on top of this. And that would be by itself already a really good weapon, but here it is a little bit too high. Let's actually start looking at it in some gameplay. Oh, I kind of got repetitive in some forms, but I'm also okay with it. 11 minutes fine. I especially want to show like just how crazy high it is. Yeah, let's let's take it to DC. Also, while I'm here, let me actually grab the link for this. As I said, I'll link both to the folder and the thing. I don't actually have the folder ready. And we're gonna go up against Outcast, of course. What else are we gonna do with our lives? And yeah, let me catch up here. And yeah, for those coming in or hanging about, wondering what's this guy doing? I'm recording for a future video, so we're recording some segments here and there.
Entering safe area.
Exclamation point, especially. I feel we can just add that to the cringe counter. Oh, we could start an especially counter maybe. Although, well, that's usually actually basically is more the word I get stuck on. But today, it's especially. It's specifically especially. It's basically specifically especially. There's one no gear talents. What was that in rare? Japanese stream. Well, welcome in. Although, well, this is likely the last time as well that I'll be drop free. Because I have signed up for it. It's still not active yet. And I can't. And yeah, indeed, I'm recording for a video. Usually, if the chat isn't on stream, that's the giveaway that I'm recording. And I deserve it. Tests. Well, then you'll fail. We'll grade you a 0. But yeah, welcome in. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking, Zorba. And I hope everybody's enjoying their Monday so far, even though it's a Monday. Actually, where I am, it was pretty sunny today. I even actually, in between the streams, went outside for like half an hour and had a drink with someone and just enjoyed the sun on a terrace. I wasn't expecting that in this month. But here we are. And the videos are... Hi, I'm IKEA, and today's word is especially. And with especially, we're gonna especially have an in-depth look into especially the shroud, the shroudably. Oh, I've captured this. Oh, you know what? Let's go against Riverside then. It would have been especially useful if I had checked my map and seen that that one was green already. Lexington build video. Inefficient way to farm field recon data. I need millions of them. Resources overall. If you can, so it turns out instead of buying the field recon outright, you're kind of better off buying the resources and crafting them once you have the blueprint. And the blueprint is in the general pool, so just doing control points and stuff like that. Eventually, you'll have it. Oh, I need to have... let's fast travel away and back. I need to have modifier off. Then, yeah, doing control points. Each control point on heroic gives you 4. Landmarks in DZ can also be pretty good if you're willing to go there. So the PvE end of DZ. But yeah, depends kind of if you can find empty DZs and stuff. For instance, I used to play quite late at night and then I could go into pretty empty DZs and just farm landmarks and stuff sometimes. So, journey. Oh, some... on the shooting range, no, not of the journey, but you can level your actives. So the the active modifiers, these have levels. Those you can level at the range. But no, the journey, they've disabled doing any parts of, like, the journey basically turns off the second you're in the in the range. That's kind of how they've worked around it. The character's body, yeah. Yeah. Actually, I should point out that, yeah, we'll do that at the start of this video. Or at the start of this segment when I go in. That this is with the skin. I'll turn the skin also off.
Hostile control point nearby.
Some of them are... Oh, can you? I usually like that was a workaround, but then maybe they forgot about some of them. Okay. But also a lot of the things from the journey are pretty easy to do. Like the whole journey, you know, I didn't per se even really try, and I only had to do really like a few of advanced material, mostly just getting the skill kills because I just hadn't been running skill builds together with advanced material. And a little bit of zealot is all I had to do, kind of actually paying attention. The rest, just by running the actives and stuff, I just had done before I even like started paying attention to it.
Next one's in gold. You bastard! Reloading here.
Poke some faces. Yeah. Yeah. But overall, just having your... I use mostly my SHD levels for, yeah, SHD calibrations and field recon. And then, yeah, field recon, if you have the blueprints, it's better to, yeah, buy the resources. For SHD, I haven't actually checked, but I'm pretty sure not. Because even like there, it's gonna be cheaper to do this. But yeah, with the green resources, you buy these and then craft them. But you can also buy them directly. But it's mostly the SHD levels go towards those two. Especially easier. Oh well, in that case, indeed, yeah. Yeah, let's go back here and let's start. And here we're coming up against our Riverside gas station. We're going to clear this place out from the outcasts that are here. And especially, of course, we're going against outcasts because they don't have helmets. MMRs, helmets, their worst enemy, their worst foe.
Hostile broadcast.
Here as well, I want to point out, yeah, this is the skinned version. This is actually with the skin on it. This is a paid skin from the shop. Well, I should remove that here just to... give the visual of it. This weapon is actually also very, very long, and when it's on the back and pointing down, because unlike the Nemesis, which points up, this one's pointing down, I feel this would get snagged on a bunch of things, and that suppressor would just break off at some point. But that's besides the point here. We'll go up here into position. And so we have that list with the talents, and we have... For this case, the important ones are controller, heavy weapons. We might have an LMG guy, not part of the control point itself, of the assault or the defense, but it might be the named. It could also be, yeah, some of the other ones like tank and such. Learning these archetypes, it can take a moment because, for instance, understand that Immobilizer is, for instance, the foam guys from True Sons. Leaders are the Rikers that have the bonus overheal that they can provide for enemies nearby them. That's the leaders, for instance. One that I'm actually still not sure what it exactly is Bodyguard, which, yeah, we haven't figured out fully yet. Some of the enemies do have Bodyguard kind of in their flavor text, which is especially the guys defending Gray in the raid. So maybe they mean them, but it turns out that they, as an archetype, are shields. So shields here as well. And this then, of course, means that when we're fighting different factions, when we are going up against hyenas with their control points, they will have engineers, they will have shields, they will have drone operators, or well, actually no, they'll have controllers. Drone operators are especially the ladies from the Black Tusk faction that throw up drones. The RC, the ground ones are generally controller. The air ones are drone operators, so also including the drone operators from the cleaner faction, which throw up drones. And then, of course, any other enemy. This list can take a little bit to kind of memorize. You could also just print it out and have it to the side or something. Here, coming up against the control points, I will know for a fact here on Heroic that there's gonna be likely one controller, which will be one of those RC ladies or multiple. Here we see two because I see an elite one there, and then I see a purple one in the background as well. So with this as well, having a tool like this where we can have it be our eyes and make it easy for us to see that they're setting their own allies on fire. So there on the first shot, this way I can be shorter than bonus. Now, this second shot, there is still that other drone operator or controller. I keep mixing those up. This shot wouldn't have been bonus, and that's also why we cap at 28 million. But 28 million is still more than enough to drop them. Now, this being a full red build, though, of course. One of the things that then we can consider is if we have this much damage, should we give up some damage and kind of bring the numbers for our survivability up a little bit. Here's well, I body shotted that one pretty quick. Now, here it's going to be fine because using up that bonus, most of the time it won't spawn more RC ladies. It'll spawn, for instance, this archetype is Scorcher. This is also one that is of the lowest tier. It isn't part of any of the tier 2 or tier 3 specifically named enemies. And yeah, because of that, we can basically go from elites, for instance, even. There is a drone operator or a controller again, so that'll be the bonus ones, but we don't even really need that. It is really nice, though, that we can start on an elite pretty easily. Now, the Mantis can do that as well with a full hotshot like this, especially if you have, for instance, Habsburg version, or also the modifiers of this season. I'm staying with the modifiers off here. Also, we're kind of just chatting away, and instead of quickly clearing this out, of course. At the end of the day, though, even though this is very, very powerful, this mostly will come into play if you're using it more so in a group setting or such, where numbers like that will matter. Here, basically, anything over 25, we're not going to see an enemy that has anything over 25. At most, it'll be an heavy weapons, an LMG guy from the Outcasts, if it is a named one that we get. It is, of course, very powerful. It does require headshots, and that's also the thing. Of course, in this category, we have one of the standout weapons is anything with determined. And this competes with that, so it really does depend on if you do enjoy actually shooting heads, which, for instance, I understand as well that, for instance, on controllers, it is a little bit harder to do. Learning to get that aim going, though, is something I do enjoy. I've actually more recently have enjoyed just going for just actually headshotting and not just living off of determined, although I generally don't already. And trying to get that aim improved, this is a really good way of doing it. Now here, though, yeah, we could definitely go with having a few more blue cores and giving up some of the damage and still starting on an elite. And then also we can still have, for instance, our bonus armor and our healing from the 4-piece hotshot be a lot more impactful. One of the reasons as well that I'm taking this position, just to point that out, I'm on a position where that lawnmower couldn't reach up here. That's why I'm sitting up here. And because of that, they couldn't even harass me there, which they normally would, of course. So sometimes thinking about what position exactly you take can make all the difference. Here also we have all the directives off, but honestly, we could have everything on. Of course, with Hotshot, we can deal with Pistolero as long as we spend maybe some time in cover, or if we go and get some special ammo to start off with. Also, with the season modifiers, if we get headshots on assaults, we get the special ammo, the hollow point rounds. That actually will increase your amounts in here. Of note as well with Shroud, we have 8 rounds with a tactical reload, 7 without. That is, of course, a lot lower than, for instance, having a talent weapon.
Incoming.
The thing is, though, that this kind of displaces all of the weapons with talents, excluding Determined. Because anything that we can do damage with, this would be a little bit more. Now, Rushers, of course, on bonus, but we actually likely are in combat with the guys over there from the... or likely no. We're in combat with something over there. Now, this is actually a good illustrator of... we're in combat with something that is eating up our bonus. So here, actually, I need to 2-shot an elite because we don't have enough damage for them. And we see what it is now. It is a drone operator. I'm actually going to weaken them that way. I'm going to see about spotting them. But yeah, a drone operator from the Black Tusk faction. Because they're in combat with us, we're actually not getting our bonuses against enemies here. And there's even actually something else on the field there from tier 1. Although she got hers. as we see them getting sideswiped there. So all of these enemies actually are not from a tiering.
Medical assistance needed.
But something out there is. What though? And this is sometimes the downside of the Shroud, especially here in the open world. We might get in combat with something, and that something might prevent us from having our bonuses up against some of the enemies. I think actually we cleared, or well, I say we, but I in fact mean my enemies. Cleared out my enemies. Turns out the enemy of my enemy is an even bigger asshole to my enemy. Which I'm fine with. By the look of things, we are bonus now again. First shot 15. So yeah, now we have taken care of whatever was over there. And that is the biggest downside of the Shroud, and a big, good illustration there for it. Now, though, knowing that I can have the bonus, we can also play a little bit differently, kind of as we can with the Nemesis and such as well. I went for the weak point, hoping that somebody would walk into it, because I know actually that on a second shot, I can go for an elite like that even and have 15 million against them. So there is actually, you know, you have to pay attention to it. You can play differently and get good results out of it. I feel having something like the... a drone, although a drone I would always have anyway. It's very handy to see what archetypes you're up against, and then also building up the knowledge of, and I generally already do, I enjoy kind of having that be a thing of understanding like, oh, okay, so something like an elite resource convoy is going to be mostly grenadiers, assaults, and rushers. It isn't going to contain much else. Sometimes a few scorchers will spawn, but that's about it. It won't have RC or drone controllers. It won't have a lot of the other, it won't have, you know. Also, for instance, understanding we're fighting outcasts, we're not going to see any shields, we're not going to see any medics, for instance, and such. And yeah, here we've cleared this one out, not the cleanest way, but did illustrate a few points. So especially getting in combat with something we're not intending to get into combat with, and that eating up our bonus, so that we couldn't have the bonus against some of these enemies. But we can still always fight our way out of that. That's not too hard to do. Let's take this actually to another place where we'll discuss this in more. Spoke.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Yeah. Let's actually go and capture this. I might just die to this. Yeah, let's just die to this. Sir, come here. Come here. Come here. Get down. Madami. Let's have this place captured. I don't want to do this whole thing. We're just gonna die. I'm gonna respawn over here and then come back here and grab my loot. Oh yeah, let me catch up as well here. How long was that segment?
0.
And I landed a few good shots and I missed a bunch of shots. So. Kind of worked. Jason's LMG guys is spawn with officer, I think. Could be
Hostile broadcast picked up.
LMG guys? Spawn with officers. So far, well, the thing is, if you can die to them on the thingy there, it shows what they are. So if you mean, do you mean? But those aren't. Those are shield icons, right? With them, because if you mean gray in raid 1 or in Iron Horse 1,
Something smells delightfully
like
horrible.
the first boss in Iron Horse. But yeah, it turns out that those guys, archetypal wise, they're called they're shields because you can't die to them, and then on the death screen it shows you what archetype they were. So, can I make a? Oh yeah, of course. Although yeah, while I'm recording, feel free to just ask questions and stuff. Sometimes someone from chat will answer it. Otherwise, I will get to it eventually. Yeah. That kind of public sentence. No, what the build farm overworld. It's a build farm. So for instance, actually going with something like this, but then without the shroud, going with determined
Hostile broadcast detected.
instead is a pretty good, easy build to put together to 5 directive open world. Because it kind of depends as well what you're going for. I'm guessing you mean just for doing activities and such. This can work out pretty well. There's also the rifle variant where you put breaking point with Svea and Fox's Prayer with a 1886. The hotshot one is easier to put together though. Mostly because especially getting that 1886 is kind of it's a harder weapon to get overall. Where do we go? Over there. Because yeah, you can also, as I was about to say, you can also go some of the OD builds, for instance, can deal pretty well with it.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
But basically, you need something to deal with the ammo directives usually. So either you go pistol or you go OD, which negates that, and then also marksman rifles with sharpshooter can kind of negate it as well. Let me actually see if I can get 5 directives on even here. Hopefully I can, because I want to illustrate this with 5 directives real quick. Nope. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not gonna try to finagle it. I need to over there. Let me catch up here real quick, and then we'll go record this last segment, outro, and then we're done. Don't have Tinker. Oh, you can go with Coyote otherwise instead. Yeah. Well, Tinkerer benefits the Coyote quite a bit. Yeah, you can go with it. You can also go Contractors even. If you don't have a Coyote either. Contractor's Gloves. Yeah. Well, basically just some other damage based part will be fine. Tinker is a big bonus to it, but it's not game-changing levels. Let's take that. Can I deal with you guys real quick? These guys are gonna assault the control point, aren't they? Yeah, they're gonna piss off the control point. Let's go back. Yeah. And that one, but that one can be a little bit cheesy. That's actually what I'm running here. Because you can abuse determined somewhat as a pretty easy way as well. It can get boring quickly though, because it's a little bit OP. And I'll show here actually why that is. This is gonna be the discussion of like, hey, Shroud is good, but did you guys know determined exists? Yeah. And here we'll go against another control point here. First of all, I wanted to just point out as well, as we haven't had this discussion in a while. So actually here, I can't turn on Pistolero as I have the same issue as a lot of people have of trying to get that fifth directive to work. One of the ways that you can work, for instance, around Pistolero as a general tip is just going for some of the special ammo. Once you know a few of the spots, if you go and pick this up, this will be a good starting 30 rounds. And then, of course, as long as you're in cover for a while, you'll actually get bonuses from a sharpshooter where you can fill up your ammo as well. So you can actually bypass Pistolero even as well with marksman rifles. Here, let's discuss the big competitor, of course. And I don't feel actually that, for instance, in the case of the Shroud, this is going to become the default weapon for a lot of players that do not run Determined. If you are a player that is okay with Determined and you want to run Determined, I quite enjoy, actually, even as a person that runs Determined quite consistently here and there, if I'm farming, I'll lean towards that, especially on pistols and such. Here, though, if we're not going that route, Shroud makes a lot of sense, as we discussed as well, in a group setting. But of course, Determined can do determined things, because as powerful as it is, it doesn't, again, matter if we're hitting them for a bajillion or if we're hitting them for just enough. Now here, though, we can combine even the both. So what I can do is, if I know that we're going to get a big bonus up against this drone controller, although actually we didn't, because there is something else. What else would there be in this area? But yeah, we're in combat likely with something else that I'm not spotting because we have Fog of War on. But we'll double shot them, that's fine. On the second shot, we're getting 12 million there. That was without my vigilance up. Now we can swap, for instance, to this bread basket, which of course doesn't have as high of a cap. It doesn't have as high of a damage. It doesn't have as high of an amp. But of course, what it does have is Determined. So once we kill this guy with a 17 million, and then get downed because we didn't pay attention to that grenade coming in. Now, of course, we have Determined up, and Determined has its own value, right? It is basically, as they say sometimes, quantity has a quality of its own. Yeah, Determined has a determination of its own. Because yeah, we can just go as powerful as the what's going on? Something is, wait, let's actually reset here, because how first of all, how was I? Actually, let's turn those that are like, I was in combat with something else, but because yeah, I want that first shot to be, yeah, well, let's just turn these on. We can talk about that ammo without that even being on, because I don't even have Pistolero on anyway. Because that fight was going to turn into a mess. But there was also something behind me that I wasn't prepared for. So yeah, let's just take our losses, reset, go again. Don't do it. Yeah, it's like, going cyber tape. Well, we're basically going for in-depth look into the Shroud. So yeah, just the weapon especially here. Yeah. Oh, heavy. Yeah, I'm gonna be in combat with this.
Rogue agent detected. Hostile control point nearby.
Where even near here is Rogue Agent? Because we're super far away from that. Actually, let's unequip break of this. Let's hope these guys don't aggro the control points. Or they're gonna aggro that. Let's deal with that.
I'm here.
Take the easy shot.
Think they're still here.
So this segment real quick. And let's go for another control point here. But first, yeah, we're gonna discuss a brief interlude of if we had, for instance, Pistolero on. I can't actually turn Pistolero on now because I have the same issue as a lot of people are having, but if we could, as starting ammo, as a tip as well for that, as we haven't discussed snipers in a while, you can actually come and grab some special ammo. So for instance, here, south of here, where we come from the safe house there, going to the, I was about to say the mast, but it isn't, it's the nest control point here. There's actually this special ammo. We can grab that, and that can be our starting ammo if we had, for instance, Pistolero on, which we don't have here. Then, yeah, I want to discuss actually, because the big competitor to this isn't actually even the Nemesis or the Mantis, really. Even though this kind of does, in parts, displace them, because it has a damage amount that is way higher than those two. The big, actually, competitor for it isn't those. It is Determined, and Determined on just a high-end weapon. Because, of course, yeah, with Determined, if we get a first headshot, and then from there we can just body shot over and over again, just headshotting by itself is a much harder thing to do without this list even on top. We can, of course, use this as well alongside of it, but then there's also the discussion if you're okay with Determined. So for instance, in my case, I am if I'm farming. I do also just enjoy using an actual sniper to hit headshots with. And then usually my go-to would have in the past been mostly Mantis, because it's pretty easy, and then also it in the fog, for instance, like this, points out the heads. Here though, what we can do with the Shroud as well is just, for instance, use it for the starting shot. So we know that that lady is going to be bonused. I'm going to take her head off. Now I'm going to have, of course, the Headhunter, and then when we swap over to it, we're going to have the Headhunter cap basically for the breadbasket here on grade 1. And then, of course, the thing with especially something like breadbasket here is, yeah, the quickness, and even though I can barely see, and that's actually a little bit annoying, but that's also why we do have the spotting drone. But yeah, there's a speed to Determined that is, you can't match that with any of the exotics, and it doesn't per se matter the damage. So what I feel the Shroud will be is for the people that don't like Determined. Plenty of those around, and they're very vocal about it usually as well. So they'll let you know. But if you're okay with Determined, this doesn't per se displace that, unless you want to have a little bit of different playstyle. The big exception for me, I think, will be, though, if we are using it in group. I generally don't snipe in groups. I'm not good enough at it, even though, for instance, in the last segment, I hit a few of those headshots and such, and I can hit some headshots, but sometimes I even struggle to hit the body there. So, yeah, it kind of depends on that, and big numbers are nice. For solo, though, they won't matter much. But then if we take it, for instance, to... and then I'm going to cut it there, and we're going to cut on over.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
Let's grab our loot here. I do want my loot. Yeah, let me catch up here. Yeah, let me catch up all the way. Did I say breadbasket again? I mean, they put two in the name. Yeah. They should have just called both of them breadbasket. I did, didn't I? It's fine. Oh, it turned around sometimes like this one. No, yeah, I'm aware of what's happening. But But don't want to spend the time to see if New York will fix it or not. We're gonna swap over to second account anyway. Oh yeah, let me catch up here. For months, I had to change it today. To be Cheska with obliterator. Use Xena. You get 100%. I need this for the striker chat. Yeah, I mean, currently anything will work because of the modifiers, but that doesn't per se make the build good. Because yeah, that stack up on the striker also is a lot of damage. Like that's what goes with striker. I mean, well, we're gonna show a place here where it will matter and where it does give a little. Oh yeah, that's kind of the. I mean, well, no, I would still use this honestly. But there is places where it matters, and that's where we're gonna have it here. I need a Thierry. Hey, and the rain is kind of perfect. We're gonna abuse that to make it easier for myself. Actually. Are the owners from mini tanks controllers or drone operators? They're controllers, right? Right? Yeah, I think they are. I will see in the. If they're not, I'm about to die. Yeah. As here, for instance, we'll take it to a place where it could matter, especially if we were doing it in group. I'm just gonna to not waste anybody's time because I just want to do the first room. We're just gonna take this in. So here we're going up against a very familiar room, the first room of legendary DOA. Mini tanks, controllers, drone operators. We'll have likely as well. Alongside of that, some assaults and such, grenadiers. Those all be tier 3s by themselves. In this first few rooms, we won't have any supports yet or medics. We'll have tanks if we make it that far. Knowing those, this can be a useful place. So for instance, here I'm going to go up against these guys, and then of course what we have, and I'm going to use decoy instead of pulse here, but of course decoy pretty powerful. I should put it actually a little bit in a different spot, but what we can do is even solo start off on that controller, because yeah, that guy, you know, normally we couldn't per se start on that pretty easily. It will be a 2-shot for most weapons, especially if we're going determined and such. Here the rain is helping out a lot because these guys are very passive, as you can see. That's because of the rain. The mini tanks are here, and actually I won't be bonused against, for instance, these assaults and such, because the mini tanks are still here. But just having that higher damage, more so in a group setting, if you do use snipers in a group, can make all the difference. Another important one is that, and that would be, for instance, more so for the boss here, but we won't go all the way there. That's not that's not feasible for just this video. I'm not gonna solo do all the way there. The last enemy alive is gonna be bonused, especially if we aren't out in the open world where other things can be there. If we're in that mission, everything outside of the world, outside of that mission is despawned. And that will be enough for us to get a really big shot against that enemy. Now, with this season as well, with things like the advanced material, that Achilles heel plus for instance deal with this wave real quick. Advanced material plus the smart cover and Achilles pulse, you can get very high numbers, especially if you get a headshot first and then follow that up. We'll get a stack basically and then follow that up. It is pretty conceivable with some group buffs on top to one-shot very easily that boss. That is something we could already do with the Nemesis, but Nemesis you would generally need a stack as well. But this is even easier overall because we don't have that charge-up shot. Now here actually I'm having a very easy time just because of the rain here. Weather affects the enemy quite a lot. And even though we, for instance, again, some of these enemies aren't bonus because these mini tanks are there the whole time. But anytime the mini tanks are tier 2, so anything that spawns from tier 3 or 2 will actually be bonus. So here as well, actually, I'm going to see about just getting going. I was hoping to actually crack the helmet there in one shot. Snipers are tier 3, they'll be below the mini tanks. Although here I am much very likely to just die. But we'll see about maybe making it. But just to show that once you kind of get the hang of especially the archetypes and such, it can be very strong. And of course there, I know that once I have the helmet of the tank, it is a tier 1 enemy, so it's the highest tier. Because of that, the second shot will definitely kill it. I'll have enough of a stack. Oh, I did get the helmet on this guy. And it is actually funny to see here how different this fight is in this heavy rain. And how much of a difference that makes, even with me missing half of my shots. I'm trying to really keep an eye on this heavy because yeah, if he pushes me, that's the ender here. And drone controllers are of course tier 2, and here as well the backpack actually on this guy can't see me as well. The backpack is basically a different entity from it. It's another NPC. But for instance, the mini tanks being here means that we always have a tier 2 enemy here. I'm just gonna actually body shot that just because I know I can hit that sniper with one shot. This will actually be the last enemy here. Now here solo we could do this as well with just determined. But if you don't want to use determined, this actually is one of the really powerful ways to go about it. I actually have a head under stack. I can just body shot if I body shot. And yeah, that was enough to reach the end of this, and combat ends and those guys go away. Not per se illustrative of what you can do with this. You could do much more and much more quickly actually, even with just a determined weapon, especially highly graded and such. But understanding that tiering can make a big difference if we're taking this into groups, especially with that super high cap that it gets. But that also then depends. Does it get to keep that cap in the long run? Do they intend to have that, to have this 125% amp go into the headhunter calculation, where, for instance, the Mantis one doesn't? It kind of feels, yeah, it should either be all of them or none of them. In my case, I feel none of them, because that seems the fairest. And they cap up perfectly high enough. This would cap out at around 33-ish million. And that would already make it a really good weapon, especially with that high alpha strike at the start of it. Now, though, with also reaching into the 60 millions, I feel this displaces the Nemesis completely, and the Mantis as well, and basically any MMR without Determined. Really, the only counter voice against this is Determined, and I don't feel that is a balanced way. But for the time being, this is definitely the weapon to go with if you don't want to use Determined. It is handling-wise and such as well pretty close to, for instance, the Mantis, and much easier to use than the Nemesis. One thing we didn't do here actually is, yeah, we can also scope in deeper, as the scope does go pretty far and has a zoom function as well. And I do like that actually, as if we take some of the longer shots, we can actually have our sensitivity be affected by zooming in a little bit more. I do like the scope of it, and yeah, it is a very functional weapon. A little bit too much, maybe. Anyway, we'll cut it there, and we'll take it to the outro, because that's all. How long was that? 7 minutes. Okay, that's me. With me yapping. And that's why that first room of the UA gets done as much as it does. It's once you know what to do it's pretty easy and consistent. So we can look at the rolls on the Shroud, or is there some way to roll for detox? Shroud has a blueprint. Shroud, you get the blueprint when you get the weapon together with it in the season pass. So both the Shroud and the other one as well, the Overdags. So Shroud comes, the blueprint is like down here. So you get the weapon and then also the blueprint. And yeah, you have the blueprint so you can reroll. If you mean Tempest though, Tempest we'll have to see tomorrow.
Now available at the shooting range. To book a time slot, report to the range. Those with previous law enforcement or military experience will be prioritized.
Reconfigure. It seems I want to consume the weapon, or maybe I misunderstand. So it consumes an exotic component each time. So this reconfiguring here, whenever you reconfigure a weapon, it needs the weapon. Basically, it basically eats up the weapon and spits out a new one and an exotic component. So let's say, we have a blue screen or something. We want the different third stat here. We have to put it in. It does consume this one, but also it gives us one. So this is the item required, and then this is the item it crafts us, basically. So it eats up that one and then basically spits up a new one with Super Fermentus. I can see that, but I think this one with its damage, especially for instance, in group settings and stuff, will be the kind of. Also, I feel this is much more controllable than the buff of it is much more controllable than the Mantis. Especially if you're also not using the decoy, because most of the time I'm not. It's one of my bigger issues with this. This kind of displaces a bunch of weapons. Thomas Blueprint tomorrow. I wouldn't think tomorrow. They would have put it in the patch notes if they were. I feel, although they didn't talk a lot about the Tempest, so we'll see. With a lot of stuff, we'll see. Wait and cheat. When did I come to range? Actually, let's go do an outro. Let's go same spot, maybe. Yeah. Advance.
Safe area detected.
Will likely be a chance drop. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna make it a guaranteed completion reward. Because also, if it was a guaranteed completion reward, I wouldn't have expected it for anything less than legendary, likely. But then they would have put that in the patch notes. So likely is a chance drop. They weren't very. They didn't explain well, so it kind of sucks. But
Come on, everyone.
oh, nice! We're getting the sunrise here. Yeah, let's just take it here and. Yeah. Let not be on this. Let's go here. Now let's run it in. And yeah, indeed. In preparation, you might as well indeed get a floor 100 checkpoint ready and going. And then see from there. So yeah. Yeah, well, although, the Rainbow Six event thing and stuff, that's not starting till much later. Also, usually those event passes. So, for instance, last time as well, the payday event was like, $10, right, for getting the pass, and then you had 2 for free, 2 for paid, and then it was basically pretty cheap actually. But that also starts not coming Tuesday, but the Tuesday after that. That's not tomorrow. The Rainbow Six event and stuff. Basically, tomorrow is just a Tempest from basically all of the things in the patch notes. Yeah. And overall, the Shroud is definitely one of the top contenders in the MMR category. But the MMR category has been, for a long time already, dominated by Determined, and that's kind of its biggest competitor. I feel if you're going Determined, you're going Determined anyway. None of the other weapons really matters, because also what we can do with the Shroud here, overall, we can already do, or could already do in the past, with the Nemesis. The Nemesis hits about as hard into the cap, it's just much more annoying to use if we compare them directly. At something like a Mantis as well can, for instance, start on an Elite, but overall I feel the Shroud, with also its higher damage numbers, is also much more consistent in finding that enemy. I do like the mechanic that this kind of has for play, but that mechanic also kind of falls apart because generally the last enemy alive, or if you're just fighting one enemy, it's going to be bonus. And there is a lot of fights where that can be pretty impactful and make all of the difference needed to use this weapon. I feel for the people that run Determined, that's going to be fine. On the people that, or well, they'll just stick with Determined. On the people that kind of don't like running Determined and or want to in the meantime, for instance, just not run Determined and just actually shoot some heads. This kind of displaces a lot of the other weapons here in the Mantis and the Nemesis and such. In a group setting, this thing is a beast, especially because the second shot can be so high already and be at the cap if you kind of memorize this list and make sure that you're going for that list. Overall, that's the biggest hurdle here, is just learning this list, learning this mechanic. This goes both for the Shroud and for the Overdogs that we'll look into in the future. It isn't too big of a list, and yeah, over time you'll learn it instinctively. It won't take too long before, oh, there is a medic, oh, there's a heavy weapons guy, they have to go first. But then we have to, in the long run, see what happens with its amp and how it is going into Headhunter, because currently it double dipping on the second shot, effectively making it that second shot is the cap already, and then also the cap having this amp be part of it, where normally amps don't go part of the Headhunter cap. That's also why this thing does cap around the same level as the Nemesis, which has a much higher damage starting out. So yeah, we have to see some things of it, but for now, this is truly one of the strongest MMRs in the game. But we don't per se always need the strongest one, because oftentimes the faster one is just to go Determined again. And that's going to be the thing for this. It really depends on what you want to do with it. Overall, though, the numbers on this are incredibly high, a little bit too high, because even without, I would say without even the double dip in, the 125% was surprising to me as an amp. It is the strongest amp that we have in the game so far. And it's, I hope, not an omen for things to come in the future, because I don't think that it is really healthy for the game to have overpowered items. I like my balance there. I feel that that matters as well. But yeah, overall, well worth using. This is definitely not one of those items that just goes into the stash. As you can already see, I've taken it to 25 already, and this will go to 30 as well. I do enjoy its playstyle, and then for myself, I enjoy doing this and just trying to keep an eye on it, learning this one and kind of remembering it, and going down the list. And basically, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And yeah, that brings us to the end of this video as we looked into the Shroud. For the next one, the obvious follow-up to this is, of course, to look at Overdogs, which has the similar mechanics, but then in a glove form and then just for all weapons. One thing we could do as well here with the Shroud is pair it with the Overdogs, and then we basically have the Overdogs starting at tier 1, the Shroud starting at tier 3. As long as we're not shooting something in tier 2, we're basically getting a big bonus because the Overdogs is also 30. But of course, yeah, we'll go and look into the Overdogs as the next video. That'll follow up this one pretty quickly as we'll go over what it adds to some builds. But that overall, we can already say, yeah, it's pretty easy. It adds 30%. It's in the amp. But on that one as well, we'll look especially at its mechanic and how we can make use of that. And there, that last enemy factor is actually even more so important. So yeah, I hope you join me for that one. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below. It does help out, so do that a little bit of shilling here. And I hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night. And then we get, yeah. And yeah, for those on the stream, that's just sort of video. But yeah. There is the video for the Shroud. But these as well, the numbers on them is trivial. Although with the Shroud, we need to compare it to like other options. But, let's make sure. And overall, the Shroud is like no audio desync or something. But I feel I would have been made aware. How long is this video in total? It is a total of 42 minutes. 47 minutes.
Safe area entered.
A little bit more gameplay than I intended, but I'm fine with it. We discussed also a bunch of other things. Yeah. Let's actually swap this second account real quick and go farm a little bit there. On main account, I'm done with the 1,000 levels. Let's go get some last minute levels on second account. And I'll start Chash together, and that'll be tomorrow's video. Let's go back over here as well, where we got the chat on screen. Let's put this back to 150. Let's put the sustain tables away. The MMR tables get to go away as well. I don't need them anymore, right? You know what? Yeah, let's keep them up, and I need a screenshot from them for the thumbnail later on. Yeah, let me in the background log into second account. Hey, let me catch up here. I need the Daniel. I mean, maintenance note there has to be for a patch. There has to be. So, even though they didn't per se talk about it in the patch notes, but usually in the patch notes they put the date of it. But yeah, there has to be a patch for, or there has to be maintenance for a patch. They can't deploy patches without that. Oh, server status. We'll be taking the servers down for scheduled maintenance Tuesday, 23rd of September, 2025, 9:30 my local time. Downtime, estimated downtime is 5 hours. So yeah, they're sticking to those 5-hour things. Also, yeah, actually they had this, well, the game's loading up. They had this creator collab thing. Let's actually read through this. I see this is in, although actually, yeah, earlier on, I saw Doug posting it and just completely forgot to cover it. Because yeah, we already looked at the patch notes. The patch notes, nothing too impressive. There is some newer events and stuff coming, and then the Rainbow Six event and stuff. But yeah, let's have a read through this real quick. 2 minutes read. Okay, so that's a quick one. Agents, we got something special lined up. For the first time ever, we're highlighting some of the community's favorite voices in Division 2. We've teamed up with DJ Tickle, Road Gold, and Nothing But Skills to bring their style into the game through a limited time event packed with exclusive rewards. The event starts September 23rd. Okay, so right away tomorrow. And runs until October 21st, so a whole month, 28 days, 4 weeks. Actually, yeah, let me get you one chat. I realize I'm way behind here. Actually, I did say drop rate, right? Mm. Oh yeah, just normal time indeed. Comes out tomorrow. Anyone know best place to hunt for suitcases for their climate? It's just a few items, like you're gonna have all of them pretty quick. It's everywhere. New York has a high concentration of a lot of trinket item drops and stuff. But yeah, it'll likely be done in a few minutes. Those items drop a lot. Then there's a lot of trinket places, basically trinket drop places. One of the things is as well, suitcases and backpacks and that kind of stuff. Those reset if you log out and log back in. So they're even extra farmable. IKEA merch when I get something that I actually own the copyright of, maybe for my look. Because I definitely don't own the copyright for a Rockcast. Thermal though. Oh yeah, I don't use thermal with Headhunter, so I didn't include it in the discussion there at all. I feel that one's a little bit beyond what I'm okay with. Shotgun shell from the straps and some of those. Oh yeah. Just essentially loop yesterday. No. Well, we did finish the runs, but we didn't get the Nemesis patch yet. Oh yeah, let's have a look through this. And it's just the logos. I think overall I like, of the three as well, I haven't really ever interacted with the other two, but I've interacted with Tickle and they've always been kind. But also I like the red from the Tickle stuff. Yeah. So I also just, the color of it is just like that vibrant red. I kind of like, actually. So this is from the project chain. And then this is just open world loot. Okay, so for the backpack, we have to do a thing. And then for the patches, it's codes. So I already have the Tickle code. I'll have to see about getting the Nothing But Skills and the Rogue Gold code as well. How it works. You'll have access to 3 project chains with assigned, handpicked by each assignments. Okay. Handpicked by each creator. Digital will test your speed with mission time trials, and will take most of the access, focusing on mission completion without timers. Okay. Just like any other project chain, a new step unlocks daily, and they must be completed in order. Once a project goes live, it stays available until the event ends, giving you plenty of time to catch up. A number of these would be nice. All 3 chains are independent, so you can commit to one, split your progress between the 2, or go all in and finish them all. Okay, so there's 3 of them, and then. But how many of them? Oh, no, 3 project chains. Again, not a number. Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. As you work through the projects, you'll earn valuable loot such as named caches, exotic components, recalibration optimization caches. No reconfiguration ones, apparently. Finish an entire chain unlocks the ultimate prize and unique backpack styled after the creators whose challenges you completed. And yeah, there's also that like screen I see already for the SHT level. But the rewards don't stop there. Digitical, Rogue Gold, and Ring with Seals will also be dropping bonus codes for an exclusive arm patch, so keep an eye on their channels if you don't want to miss out. And to top it off, you'll find brand new themed apparel, a t-shirt, a cap, and a hoodie as open world loot drops. And yeah, that's everything we need to know. Okay. We know everything now. I know everything. Yeah, let's actually go play this character a little bit. Hopefully. Are you gonna give me all 5 directives? Give me 5 directives. I want the 5 directives. Will we or won't we? No. Well, let's give it one try here. By going to New York and back and trying. Oh. I mean, there's just so many all over the world. I don't think it's going to be hard to get, like, basically the answer is, well, more so New York, but just the map. Just run around. There's so many. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, there hasn't. Likely this patch as well didn't say anything about the directive. Like, still, as in, yeah. It's not going to change till it changes or till they fix it. Sometimes, though, we can get away with doing this, but this is like a 50-50 if it doesn't do it from the start. I've had good luck for a few days by just turning everything off and on. Because here in New York, all of them do always turn on. So what we're trying to do here is kind of reset the logic of the game, basically. And we'll take the bag off. And we'll go back here and try to get them. But also, yeah, actually, if we don't have all 5, then if I don't have Pistolero, I can just go with Ev, which is fine as well. You can just run that. I'll just run Pick Tank. This is likely gonna just grab a few last-minute levels here. Grab a few bannies. In the end, we didn't have any good targets, but then maybe for in the future. This character could use some bannies. Oh, we have Dago there. Yeah, see? And then, yeah, sometimes also that works. So, yeah, this was usually a 50-50. Turn everything off again in DC, go to New York, turn everything on, turn everything off, come back, turn everything on, and it's kind of a 50-50 if it works there. Yeah, let's go with some form of I'm just gonna let's just go with that. Well, actually, let's load this up as well, because yeah, we'll turn on, or well, I'll have on the thingies. This account hasn't been leveled up fully yet, but let's go get some, say, cheese, maybe. And yeah, let's try this with the bulwark. And we'll go technician bulwark. And say cheese. And we'll go the memento variants. Is that one in the stash? It's also why it's saved as a 5-piece. We can either put in a Dodge City or I can put in a memento. Yeah, let's go get some. Let's go get some murders. Oh, it's do I? No, it's retaliation. Do they have any green on their map? Barely anything, right? Yeah, let's just reset the map. For some reason, although this is likely through a retaliation, this whole place is heinous suddenly. Let's just reset. So that becomes addcast. Let's go add here so we don't have a loading screen. Is it? Yeah, sometimes it goes like that. Sometimes the game is stubborn. Yeah, let's go start dealing with some of these. We'll just run around that zone, farm our last few levels. $30 is pretty unlucky. That's already, because that's like 14 and a bit on average. But yeah, the average is the average. It's too bad that stuff like that also isn't in the retaliation system. And I feel they should. I feel they should put a lot of those kind of things into the retaliation system. Together with stuff like even like capacitor and stuff. Even though you can go into Summit and get it real quick. But even like, yeah, or Chatterbox or... I'm like super close to one shot, but not enough. But yeah, once we have some memento stacks, it'll be fine. Yeah, one of the reasons I went actually with Bulwark was to... Although we'll just swap that out if we die. When we die.
Incoming hostiles detected. Hostile control point detected. Access key detected.
Because I should have grabbed the Artificer instead of the Revive Hive. Because yeah, the Revive Hive, like, it's gonna be on cooldown anyway the whole time. Might as well have been an Artificer and then I could have used it. Or I would have healed my shield in there. Any dirty naps? What's wrong with it? There's nothing per se wrong there. It's, you know, random chance. RNG will RNG. You know, there's plenty of times as well that you get like something on the very first run. And then, yeah, sometimes it takes a lot of runs. It's just RNG will RNG. RNB will RNG.
Hostile civilians. There's the soldiers. Come on. I got you back. Jesus.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Take it there. Light them now. Trying to hook around.
System
Good. Oh,
All day.
that was a big
vital
move,
signs
buddy.
critical.
Yeah, I was about to say I should watch out for the special ammo, but yeah, there I got shocked and I got disrupted. But that's also fine. Yeah, let's get this to the. I wouldn't mind actually despawning a lot of these, especially these outdoor True Sun Black Tusk stuff. Once they're despawned, they'll turn into outcast ones once they respawn. So. Usually. So. Hard to earn in Summit and activates slower for whatever reason. Activates slow, but that's slow. Activated. Yeah, that has been the case with Summit for a while. Tomorrow Tempest? Oh yeah. Although, if it's without a blueprint, I'm actually not even gonna consider it there. I'll just leave it be for when I already have one from the thing event. I might join some people just to do a few or more so help others out, but for myself, I'm not gonna consider that thing until there's a blueprint for it. It's not per se
System disrupted.
Attacking the asset.
doable without
System
that.
reactivated.
But we'll see if they have considered that part of it. They are aware of it. That much we can likely say. Let's actually pop a bounty here so that it doesn't despawn stuff here. And it is nighttime. What time is it? Okay, it's getting close to daytime. So maybe go clear out these two spots as well, because I can grab ones there. At nighttime, in-game nighttime, you know, it spawns less activities. So, well, we can go get what we have here and then... There's an emoji for everything.
Civilians in distress.
As you guess, it triggered from being capitalized as well.
Don't fucking test me.
Where's the other red? Although Rusher, no.
That right.
Flank the one with I can't
Well, actually no, my second shot has to still be a red. Okay,
all talk, no gun.
well, that sucks. Oh, actually that's gonna kill him.
Have it?
Bleed stole my kill.
I can see them there.
I forgot actually that because this is the one benefit of the ninja bike variant over this.
Detecting.
Although is that
additional
still true if
hostile
I'm at full stacks on the memento? I don't remember actually. It's been a while since I've ran this build.
Deal with that. Don't let
But there, that solves it too. Let's get all the squishies. Your turn. Who's a good boy?
system curtailed.
We're still standing.
System.
Because actually the
restored.
ninja bike version can be on a red first, and then the second shot can be elite. But then you don't have the regen and stuff.
Target is mobile. Right here.
Sounds already. I'd like to try to get some bonuses from the modifier, but yeah, we just reset the world, so those are also low. Oh, maybe I can get there before my headhunter time's out. Maybe.
You're out of time.
R slash maybe.
Target is behind the field.
System disrupted.
Right, on the way.
We're getting enemy action.
Set the flank.
I'm being flanked.
System reactivated.
Tango's got our man.
Go for the flank.
Okay.
They know what they're doing.
Asshole stole my spot.
I'll never get through. They're sneaking up on me. Get out of there. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah.
Found him.
Let's wait for that to...
System malfunctioning.
Is there a second thing alive? There.
I have it in my sights.
System restored.
Get back.
Oh, both reds. Could have just gone for that guy. This way I have enough for an elite. Well, actually also need proximity. I keep forgetting. Headhunter's Fury. We need to actually be close for it to count. And yeah, my say cheese is cheesed.
Got a man down. Get around that guy. Enemy.
Let's fix up our say cheese. And as I was say cheese, quite often breaks if you're disrupted. It seems to be especially if it's this, because I tried it with the, because I tried as well going, you know, that jammer down here. I tried going there and triggering Seichis, but it seems to be if it's just from special ammo, that seems to be bugging it out. That's also why it doesn't actually bug out that often, except when I'm on 5 directives. Which, you know, makes sense in that way. I don't know, let's just keep going through these enemies. Let's farm up for a bit. Last day of the triple. Let's get some levels. And sleep. Well, enjoy your rest and we'll likely catch your ramp purple. Oh, there is a couple to make room. Yeah. Although now with the like the 150 extra stash space that we have as well, you can just put some stuff away in there. Or, you know, second character. That's why I have 4. That's why I have 4 on main account. I kind of ran into that same thing of just like, I need more loadout spaces, and then, yeah. We could just make it second character. Because also, yeah, just loadout spaces by themselves wouldn't, at least in my case, per se, solve the issue. I would need inventory space to go with it. Otherwise, it's...
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key detected. Hostile control point nearby.
Even though I've determined, I still try to hit headshots just to make it a little bit more engaging for myself, and then also try to keep my aim a little bit. But then, like, when the wave spawns, I'll just empty out into them just to get the numbers down. Oh yeah, and it's starting to spawn outcast stuff. Good. What is the most green setup? Sorry, where? Oh, you mean just the resource carbon fighter? Because yeah, this one from green setups. Oh, from yeah, deconstructing gear sets is a good way indeed to get. So farming, like if you can, alongside of, because also the specifically carbon fiber will also drop from. Let me double check actually. True Suns, yeah. So True Suns will drop a lot of carbon fiber as well. It's their resource basically. So whenever you kill elites, there's a chance of them dropping that as well. But also, for instance, yeah, if you go a countdown run and just do any of the gear sets or something and just deconstruct them, that gets you a lot as well. But that gets you a lot of all of them. So if you need specifically one of them, then yeah, it might be better to farm a faction. Leave me alone, mini tank. Bye. It was not nice knowing ya. It was in fact painful.
Money. Cool. Diamonds. I can link it to them. Don't hurt me.
Journey mission completed.
System disrupted.
Oh, not even fighting you guys.
Incoming hostiles
Still getting jammed, just random black desk disrupting me.
activated.
I wanted that shield for the thing I was doing.
No. No.
Got me.
System malfunctioning. Serious trauma detected.
Well, let's not risk it. Let's just
Shit. Looks like they're
System
healing.
restored.
heal up, wait for the shield.
Civilians in distress.
Don't want to lose more
We did it.
activities. Yeah. It's kind of hard to see underneath that X. Oh, yeah, let me catch up here. And I get your ran Pam. Four, not really extra builds. Says nice, but such a collection one of each weapon just proper rolls. Oh yeah. Although well, but full weapon collections also kind of can take up some. But even then, like for instance, in my case, I have that as well. But I still have also a few builds just in the stash. Just a stash builds, basically. No, yeah, no worries. It just took me a second to like realize what you meant there. But yeah, deconstructing each of those pieces gives you 4 of each, which kind of goes fast.
Shitting me.
But yeah, the thing is, it's kind of from all of them, so it's really good if you need like all of the blue resources. Otherwise, well, just doing some True Sun stuff, and you can combine that if there's like a True Sun zone or mission. Maybe doing capital, for instance, and then you get some of the drops, you get some of the resource from that.
Hostile control point identified.
Let's go there, get that one. Also put that X off of the map. Hide my crimes. And I always have to run up this and then just hit that big ass ramp 50. Never know if I've been hoarding less. Already had. It fills up pretty fast, but yeah, you use up a lot of it.
Think you're gonna rebuild DC like it was?
Both weaves and alloys. I messed up there a little bit, but let's. The bleed keeps stealing my kills. Stop stealing my kills, bleed. Why are you so?
Incoming hostiles detected.
I need to reload.
I need that rusher.
Next time, you dip. No way!
Go. You're gonna be that annoying, I'm just gonna kidney shot your head off.
Somebody must have been watching over us.
Better move on before more show up.
God damn it. Gosh darn it. Yeah, let's go clear out those two. But the optimization eats up a lot of those. Well, the thing is, I kind of have the same often, and then I fall back up quite often. Although this season, yeah, optimized a bunch of LMGs and stuff, but I'm back up to full on a lot of these again. Even though we had, towards the start of the season, optimized a few SMGs and stuff.
Going around the...
Vital signs critical.
Why did you guys spread out like that?
No, I can't!
Just play it safe. Put them both in front of me. This guy made a run for it and just flanked me instantly. You know what? Let's deal with this named group just so they're off the map for a while. Especially since I have my determined still up.
Engaging enemy.
Kill the dog last. Oh, actually.
Son of a bitch.
I don't have ever enough for a named. But I should have enough here for the dog. What'd you get? especially since it was purple. I'll put them on a cooldown for half an hour, so because sometimes they're annoying down here where they spawn on top of the activity. Up and another bounty here, and the reason I'm popping the bounties here is just to have a bounty active, so when I pick up the bounty from these, it doesn't, for instance, despawn this area or that area. Just so I don't lose activities. And here we're basically clearing out these areas to have a chance of a public execution spawning, but also just clearing them out for XP and such. Normally though, we would just chase public executions and propagandas. That's quick stuff. Really like going just for the levels. This won't kill. Again, the bleed keeps stealing my kill.
They're bleeding now. No, God damn it!
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Well, I should try maybe having Zealot or something then.
Hostile control point.
But I don't have them that leveled either.
Access key detected.
Well, Zealot would get me killed here and there. I don't think I need an extra one. Oh. And we're leaking field proficiencies. Let's fix that. Open all, please. Massive, please. Both a massive, please, and also please massive. And then at least here as well, I have at least the PC version when we can spam click it. Because yeah, we'll pour one out for our console homies. And barrel caches, yeah. Although barrel caches, at least, you know, there's a, you know, they don't fill up till 20 and then you're full. Right, there's at least that. Because those, you know, we'll hang on to until we have thousands, and then we can do hundreds at a time with a macro.
To all the children, mothers, fathers, grandparents.
I'm already considering just to full cheese it next time. Next time there's gonna be drops, I'm likely gonna have them by that point. Because even if it takes them 4 weeks fully, then that's still like next week. I was thinking of just, you know, as some people do, where they do reruns and stuff, instead just to I was keeping that one alive for a second. Just maybe they would drop the key, but they didn't. Yeah, on main account, just running a macro or opening caches in the background, just
Access key detected.
just as a background.
Progress halted.
Just
Manual override required.
step away for a few hours and just let the caches just open up.
Not stop hunting you down.
Although, yeah, I'm not gonna be that much of a dick. I'm not a big fan of people that do like reruns and stuff. Just to like,
Progress
yeah,
resumed.
just let it go to the people, you know, the rest.
Pile up the dollars. Burn down the banks.
Also, most of the ones that do that kind of stuff are already, you know, not the biggest fans of anyway.
Manual override required.
And now let's go override Manuel.
Hostile control point identified.
Agent, we need you to stabilize West Potomac Park.
Yeah. Yeah, they're taking over West Potomac, but we'll just let them. They can have it. Although maybe we'll go do that retaliation later. Outcast, yeah. Maybe we'll end with that retaliation. Let's farm a few more levels here. It's funny that this account is also getting close to 10k now. So we have a combined, yeah, well now a combined of 41.
Let us go!
Time for you to burn.
I can't be blind!
Where's the, where's the, I haven't actually still checked. Can my second shot be an elite? I've just gone out of my way to not have it be.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Not from there right now.
We're still standing!
I'll kill them from the side.
Take the pain! You will suffer.
Will I suffer?
No!
Sure about that?
Blind! I'm blind!
No, let me solve your blindness. With some trepanning. Well, usually you don't trepan with a gun. I don't feel that is how you do trepanning, but it's fine. Why are you guys pissing stuff off?
Go for it!
Yeah, sure, well. Might as well while we're here. Do I still have Headhunter? No.
They're bleeding!
Well, let's see where they spawn. Over there. Because they're kind of in between both of them, so.
Additional hostile contacts.
And then we freed the hostage. They're free to die.
I need you!
We've already had a good chat with them. Only you can prevent forest fires.
That was the last one!
Don't know why they were looking so weird at me when I said that to them. I was just talking to the hostage. Isaac told me to talk to the hostage. Did you know that African elephants are much larger than Indian elephants? Talk to the hostage. I feel one of these times the hostage should just do that emote with the hand, or to just do like the hand thing. So that when you try to talk to them, you just go instead of like, talk to the hand, and then just like, no, I need to talk to the hostage. So that would be a good April Fool's just thing to do. As a silly thing. And now let's go publicly execute all of those people over there. I actually need some resources. Oh, actually, I still need some water to fill up fully, so let's get that over here. This is a water area. Was feeling that one coming. It's kind of time for me to get sick again as well. It's kind of the end of the summer. Usually at the end of the summer is when I get sick for pretty consistently. So. Maybe I should have tried to find the red already. Can I? No, can't be an elite. Okay, so I need now a full setup here. Stop dying to the bleed. I need you to not die to the bleed. Alright, let's just do it the slow way. This will take like 10 shots. Oh, 11 even. At least that other guy is prepped. Oh, actually, you're prepped too. They need to be a little bit weakened. Oh, there's the purple. I was looking for you. Where were you?
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Hiding in the back.
I messed up your uniform, agent!
If I'm running this, I should just run the rifle. Tank, maybe. That is the same anyway. Where we have to
Hostile control point nearby.
start on a red and the second has to be purple. Although here with no regen, this at least has healing, so it heals me back up. This has armor on kill. Armor on chill. That's also why I usually have the firewall shield, right? I should maybe actually swap to that, but if I had advanced material at 5, I would totally do that, but I don't. Interestingly as well, nothing in the patch notes about the range and stuff. I wonder if they'll fix that actually, that it can be done at the range. Oh, that's a major issue though. I would actually. It's funny how much more mad the NPCs in Division 1 were in comparison to Division 2. Also the vendors. He's stupid. The DZ vendors.
Access key detected.
He's stupid. Over here. And then in Division 2, they're just like, that's a great deal, even though like we didn't even sell them.
Manual override required.
Keep getting recaptured, yeah. It's, you know, I don't want to king shame. But maybe we need to king shame. Maybe we need to start king shaming those hostages for their kinks. Also, for some reason my eye is giving out, kind of.
Manual override required.
It's like watering up. It's fine though. Oh, yeah.
We are getting ready for winter. We are harvesting the veggies, prepping them for storage. We have enough food to feed hundreds.
Oh yeah, let's keep chipping away. Oh, let's go to that one, clear that out. I'll do a little bit of this, get some last minute levels here, and then likely we'll go do that retaliation. On this gun I still need to do basically the whole retaliation grind still. But seeing as I got it done on second account or on main account in like, you know, 2 weeks, it's in comparison, for instance, the reconstructed caches was
My childhood was not what I would necessarily characterize as a happy one. I spent most of my adolescence in
much longer grind.
which absolutely granted me certain advantages in life. But it was a lonely,
Division agent targeted.
Russia to build a new family in America. My mother was devastated. It wasn't until my father's death
Keep your eyes
I don't
open.
know how to get around the field.
I want to assure you, I am no angel, no spectre, no monster.
Access key.
I still feel one of the things they should do,
Progress halted.
even if they keep determined as is, they should give it just a bonus on headshot. Just not per se even something damage-wise or even, but just, you know, maybe... Although here that wouldn't matter, because armor and kill from the thing, but, you know, 5% armor and kill or something. Something to incentivize headshotting with it.
Weapons free.
Because on the perfect, they have the crit. I can actually, you know, I don't mind actually running determined if I'm kind of playing it like this, where I'm still trying to headshot. And then if I miss, you know, that's what it's for. Because I can just body shot, but trying to kind of keep my aim up.
Manual override required.
And just a little bit of incentive would go a long way. Hell, maybe even make it so that it drops a resource. Although, well, yeah, no, you wouldn't want to buff it that way. that might actually be, yeah, that would be too far. That's some cold ass coffee. As I poured that at the start of the stream. Actually, I don't mind that either. Actually, I kind of like cold coffee. As long as it's not like dark roast stuff. It actually works out, I feel. As long as it's kind of a little bit of a mellower blend, it doesn't get super bitter when it's cold. Hello?
What? You're dead. I'm coming for you.
No, I'm dead.
Burn it to the
Enemy
ground.
hostiles detected.
Shit.
Hello, dead. I'm dead.
Access key detected.
Also, let's take this shiny helmet on. I want to put something else on. On this account, yeah, I don't buy apparel and stuff. But do I actually have anything silly to wear? Go with a bunny. Yeah, let's just go back to normal.
Hostile control point
Go
identified.
for the normal apparel. Let's go get another blueprint. Let's go get another bounty. Is the word I'm looking for. It's the word I'm looking 5.
Rogue agent detected.
That's how this goes. If I die, I die. Don't usually get in a fight with this. It really depends on if I get some good
Hostile artillery turret detected. Hostile
if I
steer
get
hive
the
detected.
reds and stuff in an easy way.
Get to safety.
But actually, I realize now I don't have on the cap shot. I don't have enough to kill Oh, I should just put this on. Right?
Weapon ready.
Let's leave that red.
Protect us, but us.
Yeah, no, that's the mortar. Oh, yeah, where's your friend? Friend!
Grenade!
Yeah, because actually, I don't.
Just give
We'll just have to finish it up that way. Shield didn't want to go away. Where am I? Oh, that's where she threw that one grenade. Actually. Oh, so I have one head under stack. So what I should do, let's do it like this. Are you still alive? You are. There, thank you. Although I should have actually closed the distance all the way. Where? Oh. Oh. You're an asshole. They went up that rope. I can't go up that rope.
Hostile Mender Seeker mine detected.
That'll work? No. Okay, he's tanking the mortar for me. I'll tank him later. Damn it.
Rogue agent eliminated.
Let's tank the tank.
Detected
Thank you.
additional hostile contacts.
Oh no! Come for us, and you'll die.
Take out that thing.
Things we do to talk to some hostages. I don't even like talking to hostages.
How can I ever?
Gotta go get the loot up there. Let's go get the loot up there. The annoying thing is, yeah, they go up this rope, but yeah, this rope is not here. Actually, you know what? Screw it. Not gonna go all the way around. Not worth the time. Let's just go for other shop. Actually, let's go back there and get that bounty. And back to where we came from. And that heavy helped out a lot. A mortar is a very annoying skill to deal with. Because also it takes like 10 shots for me to kill it, because it has no head. So I'm kind of happy that heavy was... I mean, he was running a tank build, so he tanked that for me.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Reload! Damn it!
Incoming hostiles detected.
Any son of a... This the weak takes off.
That about does it.
That about does it indeed. Let's go get that. Oh, for 26. So the event pass. I mean, what's up with the event pass? It's likely to be like the last time. So
We will not
to
stop
get the
hunting you
premium
down.
track, basically, that was also already
Until
with the
every
payday
last one of
event
you
last
is
time
on
around.
parade.
Listen, maybe you didn't see that one or weren't around for it. It'll be likely $10, and then you get basically the premium track on it, so you get the extra costumes, and then there's the free
Mothers,
costumes. That's kind of the way they've been doing apparel now. Apparel events.
the outcasts will burn every last one of those.
But also not per se for the skill builds, because even with the skill damage on top and stuff, a red build with some skill tiers, honestly, you just stick a shield on something. Because, you know, you can have 3 skill tiers just from that thing.
X.
There's a sickness coming.
But something like a mortar and something could be, for instance, interesting for that. But it's also for just 3 days. It's a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then it goes back to normal.
Halted. Manual override required. Progress resumed.
Deal with these guys. These guys are coming in.
Manual override required.
And I eat your grenade for breakfast. Batter Up is quickly becoming one of my favorite. Like, that's the one I always keep on together with the hollow point rounds. Because the hollow point rounds are decent damage increase here and there. But Batter Up just eating up grenades is just amazing. Then also, yeah, we have a bunch of... It's weird to have this many events all together, kind of. Because we'll have next week the content creator thing. And then the week after we'll have the other one. Mad Bummer Collect. That could make a really big... Yeah, just for the lulz, it could be actually interesting to do that. Just by itself, I already like how, you know, once you have Batter Up on cooldown and then you get the increased size. I'm guessing it's going to be additive, but that's still 300%. With Collector is 100% size, right? Grenade size. You could have a flashbang that just covers a whole.
And the tomatoes will just keep going, and we will have fresh salsa for the castle's famous fish.
You'll have like one flashbang and you can do a whole control point with it. Oh, and the heater. It's a me, Pistola. Yeah, thank you very much for the raid there. Guessing you were playing some divisioning as well. Let me give you a shout out here as well. But yeah, thank you very much for raiding this away and welcome in raiders. Sassy Lover. Booty Blessings. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, welcome in raiders. Tactical M249 Power and the M249B. The M249B is just a tiny bit worse on its recoil pattern. It's like that, like even if you AB them, you might not be able to tell the difference easily. That's how close they are to each other. So those two are basically the same. But then yeah, the M249B has the cooler skins. So that's why it wins. The M249 has this skin. which is just the silliest of all skins with like just it literally looks like some dev's kid just went like, yeah, put stars there and then elephants here and then just like a scepter here and then purple padding and a unicorn. There's also a super unicorn. The skin. So yeah. Should hold T. Just hit all the T's.
Serious trauma detected.
Let me get a quick kill in before my think time's out here. Wait, there was a convoy coming and a convoy going? It's kind of a...
Detecting additional hostile.
Yeah, that's one convoy. Also, they're spawning behind me. I need to actually clear the front and turn around.
Incoming hostiles detected.
It's kind of waiting for that one convoy to go past, but then apparently there was another. And over here, I'm just farming this zone a little bit, getting some of the last triple XPing. This is my second account. On the main account, I already have the... On my main account, I already have the 1,000 levels from the thing.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
But here, I still had some. I was like, let's get some last minute in. And here we're kind of making a mess out of it because we're fighting 7 things at once. That is working out. At least by cheesing it with determined. It's bad this zone isn't any good targeted. It's just... What was it again? Alps, actually? Alps, yeah. Just everything gets deconstructed. And I'm doing pretty good, Priscilla. Thanks for asking. And yeah. You had a good stream and had some fun and had some loots. Oh yeah, the purple. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of actually. I would say the gem on the Vector 45 is also like. Although we're talking about like shitty ones that are so shitty that they're awesome. That's kind of the category of the... It's so bad it's good. Because actual cool ones... I really like there's a Mozambique skin, I remember. Or like the M45A1 skin. Oh, something respawned here. Oh no, it's just some patrol rooms.
Access key detected.
There's also a fall. The big fall also has a gold skin, I remember.
Progress halted.
They call it monster.
Override required. Progress
Also, doing all these propagandas and stuff with these outcasts is a good reminder of just like how much the outcast and the true sons kind of hate each other. I wonder where they're going like. There can be no mercy until every last one of you is in the grave. Except we'll have a pact.
override
Because
required.
it's the season called the pact. Yeah, no. We'll just forget about it.
Hostile control point identified.
What's a few years of war between friends? Oh, yeah, let's go with this one. Supply. Oh, no, I should. Oh, this respawn. Okay, so something did respawn back there. Yeah.
It's indoor. It uses solar, wind, and hydropower, so it's super clean and sustainable. The fish poop
But that's one, yeah.
either goes through a filter where we collect the poop and use it in the outdoor garden.
So I'm kind of not thinking like if I had to pick one skin as like the best one. Because there are a few really good ones. There's one for the lightweight M4 that I like a lot as well, which has like Chinese flowering design and stuff on it. Really like that one.
Vital signs critical.
It's blind you.
I can't be blind.
Yet you are.
Incoming hostiles detected.
We made it through.
Rushers?
You've got cover. It's history.
Yeah, we took him down.
Did anyone get hurt?
Talk to the hostage. Hello, hostage. Please like and subscribe. Turning into a real YouTuber now. When two hostages love each other very much, they make a hostage rescue. Yeah. The Sun's Fury determined. Yeah, this is, well, Headhunter's Fury. Storing it here with TNH chest and memento.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I could do this all day.
And while we do have determined, I still try to hit some headshots here and there. But then, like at the start of it, I'll just lower the numbers, or if I get myself into trouble. Just to kind of keep my aim decent. And then sometimes we just go full determined if the going gets tough. We'll get that one, seeing as it respawned there. Although nowadays I like the 1886 Headhunters a little bit better than this. One of the downsides of this, especially with the Memento, there's a Ninja Bike variant of similar design where you have like two-piece imminence armaments. That on the second shot can actually do an elite. This thing can't do on the second shot an elite. So first shot basically either is a two-shot of a purple or a one-shot of a red, and then we still need a red or a purple, and then we can do elites. Which is just kind of a little bit awkward. Or we need to weaken an elite before we start, like... or we need, like, a rusher. Elite rusher is fine. Or a purple rusher as well.
There will be no forgiveness until every last one of you is in the grave.
Indeed. There can be no forgiveness until every one of you is in the grave, true sons. Except we'll forgive and forget. This building you recommend build list? Yeah. This is one of the Headhunters in there. I feel most of the pistol Headhunters are in there. I can double check as well. But also in the build collection, this one's under 5. I can look at you before I get it wrong.
Access key detected.
This is whatever this character's slot is for this. That's what it's showing with the thing as well. So 510 is the build collection number for it. Actually, wait. Well, you know what? Seeing as we also have a bunch of new faces likely in here, I'll link to the recommended build list and stuff. Partially so I can just so I can also quickly go and, especially the Headhunter side of this part, I never paid too much attention to. Yeah, pistol and shotgun based Headhunter builds, and then this one is Memento. So this one. Okay. Hunter's Fury, Memento, Shadi, and Pistol Headhunter. Still kind of consider them as well shotgun ones, but I just don't end up using the shotgun that much. This can go as well. This we'll need for later for thumbnail. Yeah. But it's also, it is 4 pieces on this Fury, DNH chest, memento backpack, headshot as much as possible. And then on this piece only, you know, we have weapon handling alongside of it. And then one of the things is, though, you kind of want the harvest if you're making this now. The harvest is a special version of the 686 pistol, where it has extra base damage and lower RPM. It'll be available whenever the hoarder is in special mode. That's the real way to get it. So whenever he has seasonal items, which they might activate that, I feel, maybe for the coming events, maybe. But I'm not sure they will. Yeah, we do have to, for instance, start on a red there. It's kind of the downside a little bit of it, but once you get the hang of it, yeah, you can go fast. Like, I am still using it here for specifically this reason. I know. Yeah, exactly.
Hostile control point identified.
But was it a squid or was it an octopus? That's the real question. What's the difference, actually? Well, actually, it's their head, right? Like, one is a squid, one is an octopus. Like, this octopus is like round head, right? And then, or is that not there? I am not a marine biologist.
Damn it! I'm blind.
Surprisingly. Okay, there. Yeah. So for instance, there I needed to find the 2 reds to go, you know, red, and then elite.
Fuck! You got me cold.
I know, once you think we're determined, this is especially always this as well. Just once you get a headshot in, you can just body shot after, as long as you get a kill shot with it. And that's also the reason we kind of need to have a kill shot going. And then here, yeah, I have it, so let's just do it quick. Yeah, leave them alone. They're my hostages. But also, maybe shoot them. Stop shooting me.
Civilians in danger.
Carrying a shield.
I'm on your side. But also, I'm gonna leave you guys to fight these. I'm just gonna fast travel away. These guys are your problem now. You guys deal with them. I got my bounty, I'm at. I got my completion, I'm at. Yeah, let's actually pop a bounty here, just so we don't eat up any ones there. Now let's look at these 2. It's also turning nighttime in the game, so it's gonna start spawning less and less. Maybe we go do that retaliation after this. Marauder? Where are you? I can also do this real quick, but this thing sucks and I don't want to deal with it. We're just gonna aggro it, fast travel away, and even if it loses a little bit of time, that's fine. That will despawn it, because we engaged it and then got out of range, so it just despawns it. Let's go back for that, yeah. Because I don't want that Marauder accidentally joining like this fight or something. I don't really have a way of dealing with a Marauder on this setup. It would just be a very annoying fight. Although, actually, well, if it engaged me, I would just let it kill me. That's the actual answer. Oh, one difference, though, actually, in what I'm running here, because on that build picture, it's running Firewall plus normal shield. Here I'm running Technician and Artificer. So kind of in the tech tank style, but then without any extra blue cores. The reason for that is cool skills, because yeah, if I had a revive hive, you know, when I pull this out, I'm just putting my revive hive on cooldown. It's not gonna do anything for me. So it depends also on what directives you have. And seeing as I'm then going with the Bulwark Shield, Artificer will work even if it doesn't have charges, and it will heal the shield every 10 seconds. So, and seeing as we have cool skills this season, we'll go this way. But then if it was a season, for instance, with scavenge skills, so the ones where you have the pickups, I would just take a revive hive and just have the 1-up basically. The fire will be a bacon.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Access key.
I thought I actually got that guy, but I missed. And if there's one person you don't want to miss, it's a rusher. Especially elite one.
Hostile control point nearby.
But I got saved by the disorient on Headhunter. That's also one of the strong things here is that disorient on kill. And then of course armor on kill. And then also Headhunters or Hunter's Furies, when you have that close proximity buff that actually interacts with Headhunter in an cap increasing way, which also shouldn't be per se the case, but that one has always been there, so it's a little bit less of an issue. But that's also why Hunter's Fury Headhunters actually cap out higher than most other ones. I'm gonna weaken that one. I'm gonna weaken that purple. Let's just... How about everybody slows down for a second? So I weaken this purple just to do this to them, and then... There's likely a red here somewhere, but this will work too. So sometimes you need to do stuff like that with this spell. Which can be annoying and can get you killed. But I actually kind of like it as a challenge thing. That's also why I would say some of the rifle ones might be better than this.
Hostiles detected.
No, don't go that way.
They've got us in a crossfire. You should get out.
They literally got us. Oh, they went that way. Okay, nice of them. They listened. They went like, oh, Ikea asked us to not go that way. Let's go back.
That was a
How
tough
kind
one.
of them.
Hell yes.
Because that would have been annoying if they had gone this away. I would have to deal with those guys and then keep an eye out on these guys so that they don't come from the side and murder us. Did it spawn anything here the whole... No. The whole time, no. Yeah, let's clear out some of these last ones and then we'll see actually. We'll likely clear the map here if we get one more or two more bannies. One of the things as well, the reason I farm this zone and then also want the bounties is with these bounties, we can bounty cheese them. I have characters that are set up with where all of the bounties of this zone will still go over here. There's a whole video on my channel. It can actually be a really good way of getting. Because also if that, if the thingy event. Yeah, the Rainbow Six event will also be season XP. For season XP, using bounty cheesing is actually pretty good. Each bounty is 300 XP, and we do basically like one every 2 minutes. So we do a level every 6 minutes. Kind of. Even like conservatively, because usually we do it like under a minute. And then a minute, like 20 seconds of looting, and then... Go away, mini tank. Everybody's so nice today to just listen.
Access key detected. Progress halted.
Would have been funny if that mini tank just went, yeah, let's go 1v1 in the DZ. So funny that just...
Get around that guy.
just like, you killed my daddy. Go 1v1 in the
Can't
DZ.
save this one.
Those that are like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Like, there was someone that was very adamant about a stance, and then I went like, don't do that. They were like, we were in Descent. They were like, nobody, well, no, they weren't doing that, but they were going like, yeah, you shouldn't play Descent. You should go play Retaliation. Thinking that we were after reconstructed caches, even though like I wasn't. I was just in Descent for trying to get the Nemesis patch thing. So yeah, I can't go to Retaliation for that anyway. But in kind of escalating the conversation, they went for that, like, okay, come 1v1 me in the DZ then. It's like, yeah. Are we 12? Come 1v1 me in COD. It's like, what does that prove? First of all, even win or lose, what does that prove? Secondly, like, I'm busy, I'm in Descent, something I actually enjoy, instead of, you know, 1v1ing someone in the DZ. But it was interesting. Yeah, I always love that as well, with the, especially the outcasts of just like, ow, and then
Immediate
just
medical
fall.
assistance needed.
Yeah. You're purple. You'll get to live a second longer. Which one of you is red?
Grenade that
Well,
shield.
actually, yeah, you're red, but you have
Bullseye.
overheal, which actually I can't one shot either. You stand still for a second, thank you.
Check on them.
That overheal does sometimes actually get in the way.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
It's a defeating, yeah.
You will.
Access key detected.
Indeed, just like, let us remember our dear departed friend, Jimmy, who in his final moments gasped out with the words of wisdom of ow. Ow. Truly words of wisdom. Words to live by and die by and go bye-bye. Caches. Well, at least barely any bonuses. Okay. Yay. That at least went fast. They really, like, one of the things they should just do is just make that bonus thing just not need or be skippable, basically. Because that's the thing we're doing to the rest by spamming spacebar. We're just skipping them. Oh, I should check for the talent, actually. I should check for soft spot. I forgot we swapped again, so on this account I still need a bunch of soft spots. Is anything with soft spot? Anything in my inventory with soft spot? No. Because I have it for SMG apparently. All of these should be soft spot, right? I think because I remember actually missing something else, but we got that, I think, last season. Like I didn't have Streamline for something, I think. What's actually this one? Some comic book style thing. Tomorrow, definitely want to work on the overdogs calculation sheet thing, but it's gonna be a pretty easy one. It's just gonna be likely one multi-calculator even because
Listening to this broadcast.
there isn't too much to it. It's just comparing it to some of the other places.
No forgiveness
Why did you die to a body shot?
is in the grave.
Hostile control point identified.
You've lost one.
To all the children, mothers, fathers, grandparents, friends, families, all of you
These
that were treated
cats,
like
kittens,
animals on Roosevelt's
caviars, bunnies,
the outcasts will burn every last
guinea pigs, honey badgers. Losing my mind a little bit, apparently. We'll blame streaming in the afternoon and in the evening and just not enough sleep. One thing I should do, although, well, nah, I want it determined. Could have just eyeless on the weapon, although we could have basically anything on the weapon if it has a little bit of damage buff, or, you know. But I could just stick eyeless on it and just
walls and guns won't protect you from it.
trigger, say, cheese, and even start on a, or have the second shot be easily an elite.
Progress resumed.
Outcast has fallen.
Oh, that's the fire.
Override required.
Shittier.
Hit that bastard!
But they keep running down here. I should just stay back there and let them come to me. And I'm back there and I can just push the button again. What am I doing out here? Being way too aggressive. Never spawned any bounties here, really? Or any kind of thingies? Hey, let's go back for that one.
Okay. So I know
How many bounties do I have here? And one of the revelations recently is that the cap on the bounties, likely with Brooklyn, got increased. So it used to be 32 overall for all the zones. If you had more than that, next time the day boundary went across, or if you logged out for long enough, it would basically lower it down to 32. Because you could go over 32 within a session, but you had to use it in that session.
Hostile control point nearby.
That seems to be 64 now. I think they just doubled it for Brooklyn for some reason. Oh, he's done.
What did they do?
Just wait for my aim to be back.
This armor isn't gonna last.
Making a mess out of this, but it's fine. So that guy at least is prepped. I can just kill him.
Incoming hostiles detected.
A little messy, but we got there.
Shoot him!
That is it. Let's have a chat. Good chat. Let's just do this territory and then. How many levels did I get in this account? Oh, actually, I'm on. We got the overdogs finally on this account. I'm just having this account grinding wise till we get the double XP. One time. Till we get the double XP. Our main account I'm done with this season, but anyway, in the end we still got 100 levels here. With the triple. Not too bad. A little bonus. Closer to 10k on this second account. But yeah, let's get this one. Let's go get cleaned up, and then actually I'm gonna go do a retaliation. Might see if I can.
They're hit. Let's duck.
Detecting additional hostile contact.
Make the pasty setup on this account.
Detected.
For overdogs. That's also going to be part of the overdogs discussion, is just the pestilence. Also, I still want to run the numbers on the pestilence and going sacrifice as perfect glass or going Petrov glass and how that works out. This account definitely had a back out. What was the backpack? Lingmo. How am I blanking on this?
Looking to deal?
It's in the stash over there. We'll go. Let's hang on to that actually for now. 511 headshot build. Yeah, so checking for the talent.
Thanks for your business.
Close up these caches. Think of the name before I look in here. It's really not coming to me. There's somebody logging in and their thing is over it. Backbone. That's what it was.
Hello, Agent. Pleasure to see you.
It was like kind of stuck on backstretch. It's like, what? I don't think that's it. Oh, do I keep this Overlord? Nah, it's also not rolled well.
Nice doing business with you.
Also, generally, you would have the Overlord be the Fox's Prayer, and then the backpack and stuff would be Zvia for a Headhunter anyway, so that doesn't make sense anyway. Yeah, do I have the other Lengmo pieces? Because I definitely don't have the Lengmo chest here. But I think I have all the other Lengmo pieces, right? I think. Actually, no, not a mask. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just have the backbone. I haven't farmed the rest yet. Or is it on? No, right? No. No.
I've got what you want.
I thought I had Lengmo mask and holster already. But guess not. Guess cannot. That's fine though. Yeah, let me take a quick power break and then I'll be back. Because in the meantime as well, turn these off. We'll go back to 0 directives. If we're doing retaliation, we barely get any XP there, and mostly the XP we're getting is not bonused by that stuff because it doesn't affect accolades and kill XP. So, yeah. And then once we're back, gonna go do that retaliation over there with these outkeys. But first I need a quick bio break, so I'm gonna go do that, and then I'll be right back. There we go. Feels a lot better. Needed that for a while. But yeah, of course, kind of being lazy. And yeah, kind of washed my face as well. Wake me up inside. Actually, as well, if anybody wants to join for retaliation, because yeah, we'll go after these outcasts, and also even afterwards go for this cleaner one. Or maybe we agitate the daily. But if anybody's interested in joining for retaliation, just feel free to either join me up right now or let me know and we can invite you in. So I'm waiting for that to maybe go through. Let me actually check one thing quickly. Okay. Just making sure I had that one set up correctly. There we go. Move some scenes around and one is an annoying space. Oh, no, dog, if you want to join, feel free. We're going in with a group. Let me actually quickly grab this. Because if I'm going in solo, I'm going to take the tech tank. But if I'm going in with a group, so she take tipping skills. Actually, I don't need the mask. Actually, I realize now. I haven't optimized the set over here, but pretty easy, of course, to do so. Just slap something together. Well, actually, yeah, let's go this route with the contractor. That's why they still have the contractors as well in their inventory. Oh, did I have?
Another agent has joined your group.
I left that in their inventory, actually, yeah. Yeah. Let's go this route. Let's go 1 second to optimize this. It's super expensive, but On this account, I don't change up the builds that much anyway, so that's why we level those levels anyway, right? To get watch points extra. I just need one of these. Oh, that wasn't... I would have expected that to be the last one, but wasn't.
Another agent is now in your group.
You know what? I'm just gonna also... We'll just optimize everything here. Joining, nice. Give me 1 second, I'll set this up and then we'll get going. And as we were talking earlier, it's better to buy resources and craft field recon if you have the blueprints, which I do, but that's faster. No. No, I'm just getting some more resources and stuff. Can never hurt. Okay. Am I set up correctly? Crit chance, crit damage wise. You would think I would be 50, 52 with this, so 60 with the other. Okay, sorry for the wait. Oh yeah, if anybody else wants to join, let me know. Otherwise, we'll get going in a sec. Just well, do you guys have any? Well, yeah, maybe afterwards we'll agitate some true sons, or maybe we'll get those hyenas in. Yeah, let's get going. Let's go.
This is the place. Secure the area.
Secure that area. Actually, I've forgotten as well that I do need some blueprint, some of the blueprints still on this account, but I just also like the mode. I think
Fast, agent.
quite often we would do like an countdown towards the end of a stream or something. I feel
Hostile control
I
point
enjoy
detected.
actually just like having a retaliation as the end of the stream. Because usually as well we have one ready, and then they do need to just make it so that you get enough XP to be worth it. This one does nice. One of the downsides here is my world is actually pretty much red, so we're not having much RPM bonuses and stuff. It's gonna be that, and then what's the targeted here? Early. Let's also run away from those. And I'm gonna set up on the outside of the gate. So one of the things here is they can't see through this gate, so they're firing from here. They actually don't shoot back. Okay, somewhere later in the season, definitely want to look at measured with tipping skills as well.
Reinforcements en route.
You know what I should do as well here? Let's grab sanitation. Partially to level that up, but also it's good. It's also
Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
although here I'm not gonna try to trigger it, I'll do it on the next one.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
One went behind. Gonna gotta get back into the habit of playing
Agent down.
tipping skills and just kind of tap fire and stuff. Oh yeah, that guy's suppressed. I get free reload. That's the That's how in the end actually works out. But yeah, I'll just fire kind of like this, for instance, just to get my stack count up. Yeah, there's a guy behind us. Oh, he's coming. Oh lordy, he coming. Yeah, let's go loot on up. It's pretty expensive. We'll take that south road out. That loot as well. Pure rusher in the distance. But they're exceptionally bad at their job, so we just run past them.
Friendly control point detected.
I know Isaac calls it out as friendly control points. I'm not gonna go all the way there. But also, is it that friendly? There are no friends there. For it to be a friendly control point, we need to have some, you know, allies there. That was some shadows. Yeah, we could cut straight to the lake, but one of the annoying things is going through the lake is there's no cover there, so if we get caught out by something, that's why I kind of stick to the sides here. Kind of follow Isaac. Let's little at these. As I hear being caught out in the middle of that water, well, like that. A little bit of water that is not deep, but just might as well grab this. But from here we can just go straight there.
Kill squad incoming.
And yeah. Who watches the watchers and who kills the kill squad? And I'm gonna go in the middle of them and fart. A little bit dangerous, but I'm pretty sure it will work out for me. And I have my sanitation going.
Kill squad down.
Hey, memento. Too bad watch alts are no longer really a thing.
An agent needs assistance.
Over that side. Because yeah, now we can actually craft some of, although, well, it's better that it's not. But it would have been interesting if these two were inversed and we had the blueprints for the exotics, because yeah, we can make blueprint, or we can make exotics at like level 32 is I think the earliest you can kind of get it. Yeah, I can't share 3 blueprints nowadays. Maybe that would have let us craft lower level mementos and stuff again.
Feel that, agent?
But also by itself, it's also pretty cool, for instance, for people interested in hardcore. It'll make hardcore a lot easier to get into, for instance. As yeah, you can just get some of the exotics a little bit easily. And here they'll always spawn south. Although, let's see if that holds true again. And one of the reason for it is the spawn points north that you normally would have here, they're outside of the zone. So it really only has the southern one, so. This gunner in the distance is very annoying.
Serious trauma detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Upsal Grenadiers? No. Yeah, Upsal Grenadiers. Treasure works out because they're pouches.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
No more leads. And then we'll go to the big penis over there. Yeah. Sure, what does Item 6 say? Southwards, yeah. Let's go southwards. No, well, we can angle like this because we're going through there.
Friendly control point nearby.
Oh. The deer really didn't want to live. Didn't even see him. Just jumped in front of that guy. I should have Iron Lung secondary. Just to trigger sanitation from distance.
Agent down.
Hit registration game? Although that's just invisible wall in between it somewhere there. And then let's go untie. Right, that's what it says, right? Utine. Oh,
Immediate medical assistance needed.
saved by the quick heal. It's kind of annoying because I kind of wanted my health gates so that I can rush into the middle of all this and just go bloom. Everybody burn now. That. Stop. Fire time. Not hammer time. Fire time. And I gotta make the bad jokes. That's how you know it's the real IKEA.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
That is the last one, so also be ready to loot. So that flagpole was kind of in the way of their name tag, and for a second I read that. I mean, it was the hoe. Oh, all of these also have their skills out and stuff, so they have the overheal. Sanitation lasting me a long time with all these skills as well. And yeah, last wave, so get ready to loot. I'm actually gonna head towards the loot already. There's one guy left. It's the named. Oh, they're burning already. But yeah, as long as you kind of pay attention to it and just, yeah. You know, get ready to loot, basically. Well, most of the time I get all of it. It's not as big of an issue as some people are making it out to be.
Another joint the fallen.
I'm killing 2 seconds here.
The area is stabilized. Good.
Yeah. No blueprint. Sadly. Sadla. Let's go loot this as well. Oh, soft spot there. So yeah. We got soft spot out of that. Right away do that. Before I accidentally deconstruct it. Yeah. I'm pretty close to a cleaner one. You guys up for a New York one? That will also save us from the server restarting thing. Yeah, let's go then to Haven already. We'll need to do like kill like 4 cleaner somewhere. Like we'll do the like starting room of a mission or something. Let's go to Haven. I'll clean up there as well. Just do it there. Yeah, which I'm bad to be pulled. So let's clean up here in Haven a second. Basically, I'm 99%, so I just need like 3 kills. We could do the start of a mission, or we could do an activity if there's an easy one on the map.
Safe area detected.
Hey, want to make a trade?
But first... Actually... Does anybody need an extra capacitor? It's basically a... Mostly it's like a maxed out one, almost. It's not an actual god roll, that's why I'm... Otherwise I would maybe keep it. Oh, you want that one? Or is that... Oh, I'm guessing that was for that. Yeah, pretty. Take that one. Right, have it go to a home, then me just deconstructing it, especially if it's saving a bunch of rerolls and stuff. Oh, yeah. Any activity of the cleaner variety Hmm. Some of these could be, but it's impossible to tell. Let's just do, but we'll just do the first room literally. Let's go do the first room of this, and I just likely need like 5 kills. So, oh, no worries. I'm just gonna trigger it.
Time to take down Vivian Conley and hopefully get us one step closer to finding that son of a bitch Keener. We know that patrols of cleaners regularly
Does
head
it
out
kills
to the
count
west
as
gate of
well?
their oil refinery. Let's exploit that
You're
opportunity.
just getting a few
and
kills.
infiltrate
Like if
their
you're on the
complex.
99%
A lot of peacekeepers
there.
are dead because Keena's been using Conley. Find her and make it count.
Actually, seeing as we're going up against cleaners, let me take that mismanage, or no, not the at reception. Yeah. I haven't reached it yet. Let's go do one more room.
Battery Park is under attack.
Let's clear out this room, and then we gotta do cleaners in Battery Park.
Division has infiltrated our complex. Could be.
Oh yeah, I'll just start it right away. Actually, if anybody else wants to join us, we have a spot. We're gonna clean out these cleaners.
Sounds like Conley's
In
really
Battery
invested
Park.
in this oil business.
I guess now you know which buttons to push.
Oh, that one's also an easy one as
Agent,
well.
let's wreck their compound.
Oh, Danny also actually has one. They were likely in the same. Actually, which one's Tiny's one? That's the other one. Well, let's maybe do both of them, right? Yeah, one is Providence, one is Mask. Let's maybe take them both, and then that'll be it for me, maybe. Well, if anybody wants to join us, let me know. We can get you in here. You do need Wony, of course, to be on the Wony map, but...
Agent, this is the area we need you to stabilize.
No, I'm not gonna run stabilize. That would have been funny with the maneuvers. It was just like, run stabilize and
Time is
get...
of the essence, Agent.
Run, you know, breadbasket and get like 3 headshots and then, or 3 body shots and then, yeah. But yeah, let's go capture some control points. From these cleaners. I'm gonna aggro these guys. That is wrong. Open that. When the mortar... Oh.
Serious trauma detected.
I heard the sound, I just didn't pay attention to it. What? Run over that explosion. When the mortar fired there, it basically got deconstructed because of that grenade, I'm guessing? I wonder how that exactly works. I'll take this left here. Next, taking the next left. We'll be fine because we'll still link up here. I'm gonna go and try and get my sanitizing on. As we sneak in the middle here. I'm actually even gonna push further and do... Oh. It just came out of cooler. The heavy's not gonna care being on fire. But he's gonna care about being shot in the face. I'm gonna... Pre-fire. The shark's kind of nice. We'll take it directly into defense.
Reinforcements incoming.
Pretty selfishly for me as well to keep my
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
stacks up.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
As if I can.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I know, even not having sanitation 5. This is why I just have a lower level sanitation here. So less stacks and stuff. Still working out for me there. Oh, oops, all mortars. All the napalm. Hello, engineers.
An agent needs assistance.
One of the more dangerous ways, I would say, actually, if you get all engineers. Because when they put their turrets down, that's basically, you know, force multiplication. It's just, now you have 10 things to deal with instead of 5. And you know what? Chew on this. Let's go into sanitation again. Oh, yeah, we're actually using the cleaner thing against the cleaners. For once.
Hostile control point identified.
There you want.
Friendly control point detected.
And let's go loot thing. I am on an alt. Yeah, it does. If you want to join, if you have your in-game name, for me, I can slash invite you in. But yeah, I'm on I_Kia. As our main account, I'm kind of done with the blueprint, so I might as well get a few of them here. So there's a key chest here. I'm just gonna get it quickly. I don't know, let's start heading south. Make sure you get your loot as well. There was some in that other street, or to the street on the left here, so. Because I killed one of the bosses there. Oh, yeah.
Hostile kill squad nearby. Stay alert.
Let's maybe, if we can, give Angry a minute to load in here.
Another agent has joined your group.
Because they'll load in the controller in the safe house. It will take them a second to get here. Oh, these guys are also didn't come out. We have cookies. We're not in combat. I'm gonna grab Oxy. Well, I'm not in combat. Well, this will take a while, so I'll be fine with
Kill squad eliminated.
Hopefully they were in range. I mean, I didn't kill them there, they despawned. But yeah, hopefully Anger is in range as well if they need any of the blueprints. Yeah, we can clear out these guys because I'm stuck on this build for now. Because, yeah, most of the time if they're... But it's interesting that it despawn them and also, yeah, give it... Although, well, usually that does count as a kill. It will give it to the player if it despawns them in that way, so that makes sense. Yeah, let's go back. Although, yeah, I don't actually have that build. You know what? I'm gonna go Eclipse the second... Oh, actually, I'm on cooldown. Well, I won't go Eclipse. But yeah, let's just run towards the control point and then along the way It's actually the tipping skills I was running isn't saved on this character. I'll remake it again in a second, but here I'm just gonna wait for my Oxy to be full and I'm gonna go Fire Cliffs. We have the firepower. Oh yeah, we should take a right here. We kill these. Because we definitely don't want to go that way. My Oxy is ready. Oh yeah, let's just follow that. And neither of these streets you can cross right anyway, so we'll have to go to the end anyway. A little bit of war crime. Although yeah, I do feel oxidizing enemies would be definitely a war crime. Something's a war crime, it's that.
Crap, gotta move.
Should grab something else than the hive that I have. That'll be fine as well. Here, as on this account, I have my New York is fully green, so we don't have the full bonus now because we're fighting for control point right back. But we have the full rate of fire at least. That also makes quite a difference in our damage. That is also the nice thing about having a green New York. In between his legs. I'm gonna leave my hive by this truck for in a second. Oh, they're across. Yeah, we should go get them. But they're on the other side, so let's we haven't engaged the control point yet, right?
Hostile control point.
Kill squad is off your back, Agent.
Ah.
They might come back.
Shit. Yeah, that was what I was afraid of. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I should have stayed here and then the others should have tried to go around just to keep in range to them. It's annoying that they're kind of proximity based like that.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
But also the kill squad blueprints are not the harder part of this anyway.
Reinforcements en route. Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
And alongside of other people's sanitation here, I'm also setting stuff on fire, and then that also counts as being bonused.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
I got ready to loot as well because there's the last one, but The loot is pretty close here anyway.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Agent down.
Who's this guy? Just wondering where they're going.
Friendly control point nearby.
Now let's go loot it all up. As we have our territory defended. 9, 20 minutes, 50 ways. Oh yeah. Tipping skills has enough damage to be competitive. And then yeah, depending on, you know, how good your teammates are and how much damage they let you do, it can be impressive. Like, tipping skills are pretty strong.
The civilians are safe for now.
And let's get our escape out. Let's capture, let's get our loot here. And then yeah, let's head back to Haven for a second and get cleaned up again. And then if everybody's on board for it, we'll go do Tiny's one. Also, if you're okay with it, Tiny, we'll go do your cleaner one as well. That'll be the last one. Oh, it's a pretty chance weapon. So we know it's headshot weapon handling. Yeah, let's get cleaned up first. So that is, you know. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're doing it with modifiers on top, it's already gonna be, you know, pretty easy. Like all of the legendaries is gonna be pretty easy with the modifiers.
Thanks for the trade.
Which will help some people as well get them done this season, maybe. Just because you can kind of get carried by the modifier. I'm gonna put my caches real quick.
Hey, want to make a trade? That was
Check
great
for
trade.
the thingies. I'm going to this mask. I can blue corets. Maybe be handy. Yeah, let me quickly. I'm just gonna reform that tipping skills I had a second ago. I want to go back to that. I swapped that to go Oxy. Oh, I didn't have Oxy, but I have Mortar. What skill build? I guess I'm delting. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, my shift is stuck. Why is it shift selecting everything? Is one of my shifts broken? Maybe it was detecting one of the shifts as pressed. As I can control click. There's also something that the live will learn. You can control click to select, but you can also go like that. Which is kind of handy, but also not that useful. But apparently the game thought I was holding down shift. Okay, let's put arm long alongside of it, and yeah, with thingy. Yeah. Let's go do indeed Tiny's one, who's in this zone. Let's go capture that as well. Yeah. Let's. Actually, does anybody want this zone? I forgot this thing again. Like, does anybody want to have that zone? Because we could make somebody else leader, and then you would have this zone greened up. I have it already green, so. Oh, we could go to somebody else's world if you want to have it green. Alright, that is already green. Yeah,
Friendly supply convoy detected.
guessing nobody else cares like me. Yeah. Let's get going then, right? If I miss anything. I'm not on 3 directors. Okay. I mean, I wouldn't mind actually doing it with some directives on. Just for the challenge. If everybody's okay with that. We'll just make you leader.
Another agent has been
And
promoted.
then you actually
to group
start
leader.
Chinese one. Might as well, right? You might. At least somebody benefits from it that way. Yeah. Because also any of the directors already saw we had OD in the team. I've Gunner for getting it going. And then we have a bunch of pulses and stuff and anything else we can deal with. As well, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, with Zealot upfront damage and stuff. Although that's the thing, like it's fun once, right? But is it actually fun like the 20th time? That's kind of the issue always for me with like unbalanced stuff like Zealot and stuff like that. Now, wait, what happened? Or was that because it timed
This is the
out?
place. Secure the area.
Wait, if it times out, it just doesn't. Usually, just drags everybody. Guess this one
You have
works
to
a
move
little
fast,
different.
agent.
You know, this one at least is a little interesting. We have to go south and then north. We have to kind of pad it out. Let's go south first, as it's closer. Alright, special ammo. That's easy enough to deal with. And now let's go. Fight over City Hall, which was totally on a place with all of the... It was just a hunter place, not an agent place, totally. Totally believe Parnell. And you're suppressed, you say? Free reload for me. Oh, ow, ow, ow. I'm gonna go deal with this one. They're gonna come back and bite us. And even without stacking too high, still doing a ton of damage just from the moody fires. Retake.
Reinforcements incoming. Detecting additional hostile contacts. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Get in there, Lewis. That just worked out to be exactly 3 stacks. That worked. On sanitation.
armor. Hostile detected.
And have some masks and stuff. I think tomorrow, after tomorrow's patch as well, will be people have been... It has been annoying for people to not be able to get the Tinkerer for a little bit because they just disabled that mission, of course. It'll be nice for those people tomorrow as well, just to have access to it again. I don't know, we'll see actually what that reaching level 100 in the end means. Well, that's going to be completing floor 100. And then also, yeah, the blueprint issue. Honestly, if there isn't a blueprint for it, I'm actually not going to focus any real attention that way. I'll likely join some people, or will go and do it just to, you know, do a few so that we can get a few in, but I'm not gonna try to farm for Detox 1 because that unless it's very consistent is gonna suck. Oh, and yeah, let's just indeed take the big road up. So we just follow the Isaac line. Yeah, the thing is also I do have one already, so I'm kind of in a privileged position already to say to say something dumb like that. But then that's also why I'll join here and there with some others, so that, you know, if I get one, yeah, if it's Detox, yeah, they're out of luck. But if I get a different one, I can share it because I have a magazine size one, so.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Watch out. There's a kill squad in the area.
We're all here, right?
Kill squad eliminated.
Imperial Dynasty. Oh yeah, let's just go the other way. Yeah, that's fine as a route. It's also actually cuts in between both of these waves. I don't have to deal with either of them. Well, we'll have to deal with that one. They are in our way. I read the next one already. And this one will be my last one. Just finish up this one. I'll call it there. And then tomorrow I'll stitch together that video and I'm ready for in the evening. And with a little bit of luck tomorrow as well, I'll be able to jump on pretty early. And even maybe even be able to jump on an evening or an afternoon and an evening. So that kind of like today. But if nothing else, I'll be there on the evening. And yeah, tomorrow definitely want to spend some time putting together the overdogs multi-calculators. We'll go for there. This is going to be overdogs, and then after overdogs, I'm going to do the caches video, where we open up the journey caches and just the build that it gives you. And is I actually like that now, being a seasonal thing. Last season we did as well, just opening the caches and kind of discussing, okay, what's good in here, what isn't, what should you keep, what shouldn't you keep, and then also like if you want to make the build in that cache, which version would you make, or like what version would I recommend? And I kind of enjoyed making that one. Also, a bunch of people commented on it that
Immediate medical assistance needed.
they like those kind of videos. But it does turn into just basically me just rambling about a bunch of stuff, and then once in a while it'll be a new thing to someone. And let's go do the assault here. Indeed, we've arrived. You have arrived at your destination. I'm gonna save my sanitation for the defense. And there's also the last one again, so after, make sure to get our leads. For a second there, I saw that and looked like it was an convoy icon. I don't know why I saw it like that, but it was like, what was a convoy doing in here? And then let's get back to the gates and then let's call them in. Gonna take the low ground. See, we have plenty on the high ground, so go in the middle here.
Incoming hostiles detected. Heavily armored hostile
What
detected.
I want to do is that. A little risky. But if it goes right,
Heavily armored hostile
it goes
detected.
right. Let's lay the name then. I want to break free.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And last wave. And then most of it spawned over here, so just loot this side and then go to the other. Just gonna go through the chest and then have
An
the
agent needs assistance.
backpack there.
Hostile control point identified.
I saw sanitation of this. Yes. Pretty clean. Pretty clean against these cleaners. And we shall do the dance of retaliation. An Irish jig. Why not? The game's like, get out of here. Oh, no. Oh, actually, well. I was about to say, oh, no blueprints for complete. Yeah, no, there's no blueprints from cleaners for completion, so. That, yeah. We have a 0% chance as the blueprint. That's the completion there. It's only the kill squads that have them. Yeah. And yeah, we were stuff captured. Oh yeah. It's maybe, or actually I'm not a leader, but maybe take us back to DC if you can dag, and then clean up in the spam there. And a 9232. She needs one to door. I think that'll be fine. I have a 90 on both of these, and I'm pretty certain it's not going to be hard to find 100 for it. I'm actually more interested in saving my 90. I might move that 90 to third account. Because on first and second account, I have a checkpoint at 90. I kind of want to keep that. So I might move that to third account, and then, yeah. I'm pretty certain that 100 will be... will be easy enough to come by. Everybody will kind of be going for that. Yeah, let's get cleaned up here. Like, have anything there? Should check actually if any of the vendors has any of the soft spots, but one... Oh no, that was this week, right? Actually, that the SMG was there. But yeah, thank you guys for the help there, and now we got a few more retaliations in, and we got a few more blueprints. Actually, it's like pretty deep into it already, right? Yeah, well, 11 out of 15. But I still have a lot of kill squad ones. And yeah, those go quick. And I haven't done much against the main factions yet, so that's why it's still have ways to go there on this account at least. On the other account, I'm done. Yeah, GG's all around. Thanks for the helpings. I'll leave you all to it. So yeah, in the background here, I'm gonna on the Twitch end go and find somebody for us to raid, as we've been so kindly raided by several people today, and it was very much appreciated by all of them. Now let's see who we go with. Let's check for a second how long. How many times have we done? Recently, there's a few names available, but all of them have been going for a while, and some are ones that we raided recently. Yeah, let's just go with Lil Huge. I don't know, they'll be going for a while still. And then yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll see how it goes time-wise. I might be able to jump on for an afternoon and an evening, and I might jump on then early in the afternoon before actually likely the servers are up. Then we can just sit there and fix up the spreadsheets till they come on. And then yeah, once they're up, we'll go and play around then. But it might also not work out time-wise. I'll see how I feel about it tomorrow. And then likely this weekend, I'll be away Saturday. But that's a few days away. I might also be away Friday. Oh, let me catch on any last things here. Marwood soft spot. Let me check. I might take you up on that. Yeah, if you do, I don't mind if I could yoink that. Then
another agent is now in your group.
It's always nice to be helped out, indeed. I don't know, as you notice, you were running the soldier outfit there. There. So this will come in handy indeed. Yeah, thank you for that. As I'll add that to the library. While in the background, let me already start the raid towards Lil Huge. And yeah, we'll fill up this library as well. It's usually also not too hard, mostly because I do keep it, you know, I try to each season get everything so that I'm not way far behind. If you let it get out of hand and stack up a few too many seasons, then it kind of becomes annoying. But yeah, here I just need the other ones here. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. I hope everybody had some fun. I'll be back tomorrow, definitely in the evening, either starting earlier or doing an afternoon and an evening. And yeah, hope to catch some, if not all of you then. And also tomorrow, towards the evening, 6 Central European Summertime, 6 in the evening, Central European Summertime. We'll have that Shroud video that we recorded earlier go up. So. And then yeah, the next one after that will be Overdogs, and then the journey caches, and see where we go from there. Yeah, thank you all for joining me. Thanks again to everybody helping out today and helping the farmins there. And yeah, I love you happen. As always, have a good night.
Red should give me